everybody. Welcome to the Willow. Well, a beautiful sunny day, and we are waiting for the match to start. You can see the captains coming in. The weather report says a clear sky, temperature 30, 35, or moving to 30 35. As the day progresses, we will see a rise in the temperature. So the pitch will come into the picture. Looking at the pitch, not a pinch of grass, absolutely flat, and I can see it is being rock solid. It is absolutely rock solid. So probably the ball will stop and then come in on the bat. So probably the teams or the batsmen would rather have to time their bat and then go ahead with it. And as the day progresses, I can see the wicket breaking through. So spinners will come into the picture. So that's about the pitch report. Now we have Ankit and as the umpires, and we have both the captains. Pitch. We'll go for the toss now. I request the umpire to go ahead with the toss. Heads is the call, and it's heads. Sorry, it's tails. So the Kings back captain here. So what have you decided?
We will bowl first.
Any specific reason for this particular decision of yours?
It's morning time, so the pitch will do something, or it will swing and all. That's the reason.
How's the team composition? How many spinners or how fast bowlers that we have?
We have 2 fast bowlers and 3 spinners.
Fantastic. All the very best. Can I have the other captain, Ninjas? So you're going to bat first. How do you see what would be the ideal game?
This ground have a capability to have a fast scoring wicket, and one team would be fine with batting lineup, so we would like to score 180. It's slow, but we have score.
So pass. Fantastic. Thank you so much. All the best for your endeavor. So the Ninjas have decided to bat, and the Kings will bowl first. The Kings have won the toss. They decided to bowl first. The team comprises of 2 fast bowlers and 3 spinners. As this pitch report suggests, or the pitch suggests, the spinners will come into the picture as the day progresses. Because the wicket seems to be breaking, I can see one big crack right running into the center. So that would definitely come into the picture. Nonetheless, it seems to be a very exciting day of cricket. We will see live action very shortly, and this is Nilesh would be reporting live for the entire match. Thank you. Request all players, non-playing players who are there in the pavilion, request them to wear the masks with the COVID pandemic that we have. All the non-playing players or other who are not on the ground, request everybody to wear the mask. Thank you.
बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट मैच है ना ये।
Good morning all. We're about to see the action live now. The bowling will start from the railway end. Players coming up.
थोड़ा क्लोजअप कर आवाज आएगा।
The field being set. 5 players in the off, 6 players in the off. We have a slip. A ball mid wicket. Nobody in the deep except for a squash boundary on the offside. So we're about to see the action now. First ball wrapped on the pads. A half a third appeal denied by the umpire. First ball. No action as of now, no scores. That's on the off, driven squarishly, well fielded at the point region. Fantastic to see this. The next ball driven down the leg and it reaches the boundary. We see the first runs on the board. A boundary being scored. A fantastic shot taken on the rise and driven straight down the wicket for a boundary. So the Ninjas open their score with a boundary. Fantastic shot out there. It's the power play for the first 4 overs. And just needs to be a little steady. The ball was outside the off still. Should have been left alone. The batsman did try to drive it along on the offside. Missed it. Lucky not to get a look. Oh, that's another wonderful ball. Just cutting it, pitched on the leg stump, moving outside. A leg cutter for the right-hand batsman. Again the same ball, a leg cutter, well defended by the batsman. The ball rolls down the pitch and the score stands at 4. The score stands at 4 at the end of first over. A fantastic over. You can see the ball on the rise, carrying it really wonderfully well. Many more such overs needed, as reiterated by the captain of the Ninjas. They're targeting somewhere close to 180. We see the second over coming in from the pavilion end. So So two pacers opening the attack for the Kings. We start the second over now. It's left and round. The ball pitched outside of, further moving outside the stumps. A wide declared by the umpire, and the score moves on to 5. That's a nick. That's the first wicket down for the Ninjas. The Kings striking very early in their innings. They're trying to cut the score. Fantastic. Fantastic bowling. The ball was on the rise, moving outside the Austin. The batsman tried to drive it or push it through the second slip area. Got a nick, and we have the first wicket of the morning. This has always been a feature of a T20 match, where we see the first wicket falling quite early as the batsmen try to capitalize on the power play that they have. So we have the first four overs of power play, which is mandatory. The next two overs can be decided as per requirement. We have the next batsman coming in, and the batsman, left-handed batsman. So it will be a little difficult for the bowlers now. So we have one right-hander and the other left-hander. So they need to adjust the line and length. Now coming over the wicket. And the ball drifts down the leg side. A wide declared by the umpires. We have an addition to the score. Probably the bowler is trying to cut the ball through. Trying to capitalize on the early new ball. Again, trying a little more harder to get into the Yorker region. However, drifting down the leg side. This happens. We had a right-hand batsman, now the left-hand batsman coming in. It's a difficult phase for the bowler to adjust to his line and length. And the ball right in the middle stump. The batsman trying to haste for runs. Lucky to get an edge. The ball drops down on the wicket, and the bowler fields all by himself. The field is well spread across. I can see one deep square leg and one in the point region. A good ball taken on the up, driven on the offside, and the batsmen get a run. It would be fantastic to watch the running in between the wickets.
Currently, we are watching the umpires running in between the wickets, as we have one left-hand batsman and the other right-hand, so they have to change the ends. That's an appeal for a run out. The batsmen scamper for one single run. The ball on the rise is pushed at the point region and they scamper themselves for one. The next ball, a very well bowled ball, pitching on the off stump, coming inside. The batsman just nudging at it, fielded by the bowler. Till now, a good over, just 2 runs of it. Again, the ball outside, off stump. The batsman checking for a wide, denied by the umpire. And we have 2 overs, and the score stands at 9. The ball pitch outside leg, moving further away. A wide declared by the umpire. The bowler coming in from the railway end. The ball pitch outside off, taken on the rise. Wanted to drive it over the cover region. However, it took the outside edge, moved to the deep point boundary. This batsman can scamper for 2 runs. fielded right at the boundary edge. Fantastic fielding by the fielder. The next ball taken on the up, driven over the cover region, or a little uppish, but safe. And the batsmen come back for 2 runs again. So now the heat is already on, and the batsmen are trying to scamper as many runs as possible, taking advantage of the power play. The next ball, an awkward bounce for the wicketkeeper, could not collect it properly. The ball runs down the third line man, and the batsmen get another run. We now have the left hand batsman, so again a field changes. A predominantly offside field, so expected the bowler will bowl outside the off stump. On the legs, just nudged it round the corner, fielded at the square leg region. The batsmen capitalize on it and get 1 run for the team. It's a slow start considering the conditions out here. That's a misfield in the field. However, did make sure that the batsmen do not get an additional run over there. So end of 3 overs, we have the score running at 17 for 1. We've lost one wicket as of now. So Suraj Belose, 2 overs, 11 runs, and Vipin Chaubey, 1 over, 5 runs, 1 wicket. So economical bowling out here, around 5 runs per over. Khargar Kings decided to bowl after winning the toss. Wrapped on the pads, a quicker delivery, fielded at the square leg region. No runs scored. So Amir Khan facing the next ball. A good ball bowled, a length ball, a little more quicker. Amir just defending it, fielded well by the bowler himself. The next ball by Vipin, excellent shot there by the batsman, and the ball races down the line for a boundary, the declared boundary by the umpire, and the fielder is down there to fetch the ball. A fantastic boundary, a welcome boundary coming in. They need to these kind of runs coming in through to capitalize on the power play. Excellent shot taken on the rise, made sure that the ball falls quite distance from the umpire, and the ball rolls down the boundary, and it's boundary 4. The score now 21 for 1. Smart bowling by the bowler, a good comeback, pitched it on the up, outside the off stump, collected well by the wicket keeper. The next ball coming in. It's an appeal for a caught behind, and the umpires probably have a discussion. The ball was pitched on the leg stump, moving further away on the leg. They probably have a discussion. The ball pitch on the leg, moving further away, collected by the wicket keeper. And the decision at the end of discussion is not out. So the score remains at 21 for 1. It was a brush on the thigh pad. A good collect by the wicketkeeper. The next ball taken on the rise, driven straight, and the ball lands outside the boundary line. Is the first 6 coming in from Smitesh Surana. A fantastic shot straight over the head of the bowler, and the ball lands in the stands, and it's the first 6 of the morning. Good shot there by Smitesh. We are here to see such wonderfully well disguised shot. Excellent footwork. Reached right at the pitch of the ball and went straight with the shot right over the bowler's head for a 6. So Smitesh Surana is at 20 of 18 balls, 2 fours and 1 6. Amir Khan is at 2 runs of the 5 balls that he had faced. Vipin, the bowler, 2 overs, 15 runs, 1 wicket. Suraj, 2 overs, 11 runs. No wicket as of now. The score at the end of power play is 27 for 1. And we see a change in the bowling now. So the spinners come into the picture now. End of power play, and then we have the spinner coming in. Sanket coming in with this spin bowling. A little nudge on the leg side, and Amir makes sure that he covers the ground. A single been scored. The score moves on to 28 for 1. A little field been adjusted as we have a change in the batting. A right-hand batsman coming to the picture now. So Smitesh, the right-hand batsman, coming to the picture. And he takes it on the rise and lands it on the leg side for a massive hit for a 6. A fantastic shot coming in just at the end of power play. The ball lands at deep boundary over the ropes for a 6. A fantastic shot coming in there. That's the second 6 coming in from Smitesh Surana. Scoring quite well at 26 of the 19 balls that he has faced. Let's see what we see now. A little quicker one. A good comeback by the bowler. A little quicker one moving outside the off stump. Collected by the wicket keeper. A little tossed up delivery. Smith is just making it sure that he scores a run off there, just nudges it on the leg side towards the long on area for a 1. Sanket trying to get the wicket now. Smith is a little outside edge. It runs in the squarish boundary region, fielded there by the fielder. In the meantime, the batsman crossover for a single. It would be a little chance over here, adjusting to the left hand and the right hand batsman. And he drops a dolly. He literally drops a dolly now. That would have been a cotton bowled. However, the bowler missed on it, could not balance himself well, and the ball scoops out of his hand. That's a chance missed. A little unlucky, I would say. He was off balance, tried his level best to grab onto the opportunity. However, we can see that the ball just scooped out of his hand, and apparently there's no wicket, so the score is still 1 down at the end of 5 overs. The field been set. The score stands at 36 for 1. Smitesh Surana batting at 27 of 21. The score stands at 36 for 1. So the field is widespread now, predominantly an off-stump bowl that we'll be seeing now. It's again taken on the rise, the fielder getting underneath it, and a fantastically well-judged catch. A fantastic catch here with the given conditions. The batsman just tried to balloon the ball over the long on region. The fielder well placed himself right under the ball and grabs onto the catch. So we see the second wicket falling down here. So the score now is 37 for 2. We have the next batsman walking in, and that would be Sunil Sangle. The bowler Vinay Sangle, the very first ball of this innings, and he gets a wicket. A well tossed delivery outside the off stump. The batsman did try to capitalize it, making sure that he reaches the boundary line over the ropes. However, a well judged catch, and we see the second wicket of the morning. We see the next batsman Sunil Sangle at the pitch. The next ball faced by Amir. It's the comedy of errors, I would say. The batsman bat falls down and he still scampers for a run. The bowler was trying to field, was trying to cut down on the single that the batsman took. The score moves on to 38 for 2. The next ball just nudged around the corner for a single. At the fall of wicket, we have usually seen that the scoring then slows down. Somebody needs to make sure that they are scoring at a regular level, just to make sure that they reach a decent score to defend. The next ball by Vinay Sangle. Amir on strike. And Amir just rocks back, pulls it round at the deep square leg region, fielded there. Amir scores a single. The team score moves on to 39 for 2. The next ball, beaten on the turn, however declared wide by the umpire. The ball pitching in somewhere between middle and off stump, further moving away from the batsman. Trying to heave it over the boundary, however, taking the bottom edge of the bat, the ball rolls down to the deep boundary, fielded, a single win scored here. We need partnerships now just to build on to the score. Amir on 5, batting slow and steady. 8 balls, 5 runs. The next ball, and it misses everything, and the ball rolls over the boundary. A wide declared by the umpire. So 5 runs coming off this particular ball, pitched on the on, and further moving down the leg, a sharp turn, and the wicketkeeper misses it. The ball rolls down the leg side over the boundary. So that's 1 for the wide and the boundary 4. So in all of 5 runs scored from this particular ball. The score now reached 47 for 2. The last ball of the over, a well tossed up delivery, and it's driven fantastically in the square leg region for a boundary. A good shot coming in there at the end of the over by Amir. Is making sure that his team reaches a fantastic level of score. So 9 runs of the last 2 deliveries of this particular over. Very, very scoring over, I would say.
good for the batting side. The now score reads at 51 for 2 at the end of 6 overs. The scoring has picked up in the last couple of overs. The next ball to be faced by Sunil. And we see this action now. Sanket coming in with his spin bowling. The slip fielder been adjusted to a long boundary there. It's an off stump and half-hearted appeal coming in for a leg before, however denied by the umpire. They're thinking about the review. But they do drop it out. The next ball coming in. Again defended there by the batsman, just making sure that the ball does not balloon up, loses his left hand on the bat so that the ball drops on the pitch itself. That's a full toss given on the up, and the batsman make sure that they score a single, well fielded at the long off boundary. Amir coming in to face the next ball. A little adjustment in the field. I can see 5 players on the offside, 1 in the squarish deep region. Amir going really strong, driving this ball on the up towards the squarish boundary region, and scores a single for himself and the team. The score reads at 52 for 2 at the end of 6.3 overs. The next ball defended by the batsman. It's probably the batsman trying to give strike to Amir. A well set batsman now. Sunil making sure, taking his own time to settle down. Probably getting ready for the attack. And that's a wonderfully well driven shot in the long off region, fielded on the boundary by the umpire, and Sunil scores a single for himself and for his team. So he'll retain the strike again as we see the next over coming in from the pavilion end. So end of 7 overs, the score stands at 54 for 2. Amir batting on 11, Sunil on 3. Amir scoring at 11 runs of the 11 balls that he has faced. 1 boundary of these innings. Sunil is settling down 3 runs of the 7 balls that he has faced. As we see Vinay Sangle coming into bowl now. A little expensive, however he got a wicket at the very first ball that he bowled in his first over. Sunil drives it on the up again at the start of the second over, and the bowler gets a wicket. Probably has the nudge of getting wicket at the first ball of every over. The first ball of the first over got him a wicket at the long leg region. Now at the long off region, Sunil trying his level best to clear the boundary, however caught right at the boundary edge. A well judged catch. The ball was tossed up, inviting Sunil to drive on the up. He took up the challenge, however the ball landed with the fielder and Sunil goes off the field. Sunil scored 3 of the 7 balls that he has faced. And that's the 3rd wicket going down for the Ninjas. Good bowling currently with the Kings. The Colorado Kings doing really well to contain the batsmen. Just making sure that the runs dry out and the batsmen have to take the risk, and in the bargain lose their wicket. We have the next batsman coming in, Jay Samant, right hand batsman, a very attacking batsman. Oh. The ball was pitched outside the off stump, moving further away, and Jay Salmon at the very first ball going for the kill, stumped by the wicketkeeper, however denied by the umpire.
He is now the highest wicket taker. अगर आप जाओगे ना वो भी आपको stats में देगा. बैट्समैन में कौन highest है? हाँ बॉलर में कौन है?
So with the wicket, Dr. Vinay Sangle is the highest wicket taker now, with an economy of 11 wickets in his pocket. The next ball by the bowler, a little ball stays a little low. The ball moving further on the offside, just nudged away, a misfield by the fielder there, and the batsman capitalizing on it. The crossover. Again driven on the up. It's a good try by the fielder. Tries to push the ball right inside the field. However, the ball rolls over the boundary, and they score of boundary 4 for themselves and for the team.
स्कोरबोर्ड कहाँ मिलेगा?
जो मैंने ये दिखा रहा है ना ये अभी लाइव है करंट में लाइव.
Amir trying to capitalize here, and the ball lands over the boundary loop, and it's a 6. So Amir now trying to make sure that the runs come in thick and fast. All of a sudden, the last 2 balls, the score has gone fantastically fast over there. So Amir now stands at 21 of the 13 balls that he has faced. is going strong and steady, just making sure a captain's knock so that the team inspires from him and take it forward from there. At the end of 8 overs, the score stands at 65 for 3. We see a change in the bowling now. Abhijit coming in from the railway end. The score, as I said, is 65 for 3 at the end of 8 overs. That's a leg spin ball that has been taking. The batsman rocks back Jai Samant and just makes sure that he drives, pulls right hard, and the ball lands outside the boundary area for a 6. So Jai Samant suddenly jumps at 7 runs of the 4 balls that he has faced. The next ball taken on the up, a misfield by the umpire, the misfield by the player, and that helps the batsman to get the 2nd run. The Kings have to pull themselves up if they want to contain them within a score of 150. The next ball, a little tossed up, well left by Jai Samant, making sure that he does not edges it. Well collected by the wicket keeper, and the scorer is not troubled. Jai trying to capitalize, just nudges the ball on the offside. Wanted to make a single, however was denied by Amir. A nice ball cutting off the pitch. The ball falling on the leg stump, moving further away, well collected by the wicket keeper. And the next ball driven along the carpet on the offside, fielded on the long off area, and the batsman crossover for a single. So Jay retains the strike. End of 9 overs, and the score stands at 74 for 3. Amir batting at 21 of the 13 balls with 2 4s and 1 6. Jay batting on 10 of the 9 balls that he has faced with 1 towering 6. We see a change in bowling now from the pavilion end. The ball driven down the leg side, fielded right at the edge of the boundary, and the batsman's crossover for a single. The fielding has been pretty well done by the Kings to trying to contain the batsman, and we see a further change in the field as the batsman crossover, Amir the left-hander, and the scorer at brisk space. A 12 tossed up delivery, a top edge, however it falls just ahead of the fielder. Well fielded though, just made sure that
The second run has not been taken over, and the batsman crossover for a single. So we now see Jay in action. Anuj, the bowler, coming in with the next delivery. And there goes the wicket. The ball pitched, top spin ball, pitching on the middle. It is hovering up. Jay wasn't expecting that, was expecting the ball to turn away. However, the ball skid in, hit the wicket, and the wicket of Jay falls down. A very short but brisk inning by Jay, coming to an end. Would have loved to see him bat all the way through. Fantastic batting. However, it's been curtailed by the bowler, Anuj. So Anuj gets a wicket after giving away 2 runs. So 3 balls, 2 runs, 1 wicket. It's been a feature this morning. The new bowler who comes in gets a wicket in this first over itself. So Anuj getting a wicket off the flipper that he bowled upon. The ball hurrying on to the wicket, and the bails are off the stump. So now the score reads at 76 for 4. The Ninjas are trying to make sure that the crossovers are close to around 180 runs and seem to be in a hurry. Again, they need partnerships here now. They're already 4 down. A well tossed up delivery driven towards the long leg region for a single. The very first ball faced, and it's been driven down the leg boundary for a single. Amir, the well set batsman, now on strike. Spread across field for Amir. Amir just sweeps it across to the square leg region, fielded at the boundary area, and Amir goes for 1 run. The score now 76 for 4 at 9.3 overs. Anuj bowling a very steady line and length, just making sure that the batsmen do not capitalize on his bowling. A quicker run by Anuj, well read by the batsman, and he drives it all along the carpet at the mid region for a single. That's end of 10 overs, so half the innings through. I think the match is well balanced. The Kings try to contain the innings, Ninja innings. They're trying their level best to make sure that they do not cross over 150. At the same time, Ninjas trying to make sure that they reach a decent amount of target. They're targeting close to 180 runs, which they probably will try to. As of currently, end of 10 overs, and the match is well balanced. Let's see what we have ourselves for the next 10 overs. At the end of 10 overs, it's 79 for 4. And we have Azan Khan batting at 2. It's a decent ball, pitching on the off, moving further away, well collected by the keeper and well left by the batsman, Azan Khan. Probably just taking his time, trying to read the line and length of the bowler, and will probably launch the attack then. It's a quick single. Azan was not ready for it, but the call was on. The ball was pushed right at the point region. Well fielded dead by the fielder. However, could not contain Azan from taking the run. Amir wants to capitalize, take the maximum strike. He's the well set batsman, batting at around 23 of the 15 balls that he has faced. He needs to make sure that he carries his bat all through the innings. Beaten by the pace, he was expecting a ball to come a little slower, and the pitch has started behaving itself. The ball just skid on the pitch, collected well by the wicketkeeper. A tossed up delivery inviting Amir for the rise on the ball, or the ball on the rise, and take it on. However, Amir decides to just nudge it around the corner, well fielded by the bowler himself, and the scoring is not disturbed. The next ball, Amir just takes it on the rise. That's a misfield, and Amir is able to capitalize on the misfield, has scored another run. So a couple of runs coming in here. Ideally should have been a single, a misfield by the fielder, and the advantage taken by the Ninjas. The next ball, Amir just trying to capitalize on the gaps that he's able to see on the leg side. The field is well spread across on the leg side, nobody in the 30-yard circle, so a little nudge would give a single to Amir. He's just trying, he just walks across and drives the ball, and the ball reaches the boundary. That's another boundary coming in from Amir. He's doing great for himself and his team, just making sure that the score is taking off long and thick, just reaching it down to the squarish boundary, and the score now reads 83 for 4 at the end of 11 overs. Amir batting on 25 of the 17 balls that he has faced, 3 fours and 1 6. Azan batting on 3 of the 4 balls that he has faced. A steady going, I would say, at the end of 11 overs. The score is 87 for 4 at the end of 11 overs. A little drinks break in between. We can understand it's a scorching sun. The temperature is close to around 33 now. That would be playing on the fielders. It would be very considerate of the umpires to allow such drink break. Again, at the end of 11 overs, 87 for 4. Let's see what we have to see in the next coming 9 overs. They're currently scoring close to around 7.91. The projected score as of now is 158. Anuj with the next ball, and Azan takes it on the rise, reaches at the pitch of the ball, hoists it all along the skyline for a 6, and the ball lands right over the boundary, and it's a 6. It's a massive, massive 6, probably the biggest 6 of today's morning. Azan now trying to imitate what Amir is trying to do. That's the first 6 coming in from Azan. So that's 93 for 4. The score just rolling in now. As the ball is a little lost, the fielders are trying to retrieve the ball. So Azan Khan now batting at 9 of the 5 deliveries that he has faced, which has one towering 6. Amir Khan, captain, sitting up with, say, 19 balls, 29 runs, 3 fours and 1 sixes. Anuj currently at the end of 1.1 over has 1 wicket and 11 runs been scored off. Abhijit 2 overs and 17 runs. It's a towering 6 in the mid-wicket area. So now Ninjas changing gears. Trying to score as fast as possible, so they have a decent amount of score on the to defend when they come into bowl. The play on hold as the ball lost has been retrieved. The play will begin shortly. The ball is been retrieved, is with the umpire. The ball been retrieved, the players back onto the field in their respective positions. And we see live action again. So Zan Khan, let's see what he has installed for us. Anuj with the next ball. A little short of length delivery, dipping towards the mid-wicket region. And it's been fielded there, no runs been scored. That's a little short delivery from Anuj and capitalized by Azan. He just scoops it over the square-leg region. Nobody there in the deep, no protection there. And the ball rolls over the boundary and Azan scores another 4. So Azan now taking on Anuj with the bat. Anuj has to come up with something different. Azan is on the kill now, scoring rapidly at 185. So 7 balls, 13 runs. It's a good contest going in between the bat and the ball. Azan wanted it to heave it over the leg boundary region, missed it completely. And the batsmen go over for a single. Amir back on strike, and the crowd seems to be excited to see him. Anuj with his next ball. He scoops it. Misses completely, and it's collected by the wicketkeeper. A fantastic ball there by Anuj, beating Amir. All ends up.
The next ball on the middle stump, and Amir just drives it along the carpet and gets a run for himself. That's end of the over for Anuj. A decent comeback, I would say, by Anuj after bowling, after hitting in for a 1-6, getting 1-6 win hit of his first ball. So the score now reads at 99 for 4 at the end of 12 overs. A change of end for the bowler now. The Kings probably trying to make sure that they get another wicket, put some brakes on the rapid scoring that has been done in the last few overs by the Ninjas. So the highest wicket taker of the tournament now will be operational with his 13th over from the railway end. They're currently scoring at around 8.25 overs, 8.25 runs per over. So Ninjas trying to make sure. That's another towering hit by Amir, falls in no man's land, and Amir crosses over for a single. The team score now reaches 100. So that's 100 for 4 at the end of 12.1 overs. Well played, Ninjas. The Kings adjusting the field, the bowler adjusting the field, wants to go for the kill. Dr. Vinay Sangle, the highest wicket taker of the tournament. He has 2 wickets in his kitty of this particular innings that he is bowling in. He's trying to adjust, make those fine adjustments before he bowls to Azan. This field is very well widespread. A predominantly offside field, looking at the way Azan is striking the ball. Let's see what Azan has to offer. A wonderful battle there between the bat and the ball. Deep square leg has been brought in inside the circle now, as we get ready for the next ball. Azan tries to heave this over the long leg region, misses it completely. It's a well tossed ball, a little slow, I would say, than what usually he bowls. Azan has to carry his bat through the rings. The next ball, again a well tossed delivery on the full, and it's driven on the up, and the ball lands outside the boundary in the long leg region, and it's a massive 6 that's coming in from the bat of Azan. Azan getting 2 towering 6s, has scored 20 of the 10 balls that he has faced. It's an amazing innings that we are able to see here. Quite exciting to see this batsman now. The next ball, well played by Azan, just making sure that he nudges the ball on the squarish region for a single. A sound innings, well placed innings, I would say. Now we have the next set batsman, Amir, on strike. These middle overs have to be capitalized. It's 107 for 4. It's a full toss on the leg side. driven all along the carpet in the deep square leg region. Well fielded there, well collected by the wicketkeeper. The throw coming in a little wide, well collected by the keeper. And Amir gets a single for himself, and the score moves on to 108 for 4. We now see Azan on strike. Let's see what he has to offer now. A little flat delivery. This is what cricket is all about. He knew exactly that the square leg fielder was in the circle. Just made sure that the ball is tossed up right over his head. The ball rolls at the deep square leg boundary for a boundary 4. A wonderful shot. Azan just playing in and toiling around with the scores. So the score now reads at 112 for 4 at the end of 13 overs. So Vinesh Sangle, 3 overs, 37 runs, a little expensive. However, has got around 2 wickets. Anush Tiwari, 2 overs, 17 runs, and has got 1 wicket. The next over coming in by Anuj has to do something really different. The scoring has been quite rapid by the Ninjas. They're trying to reach the maximum, take the maximum advantage of the field positions. Amir, the set batsman, now on strike. That was an appeal. The ball was on the rise, driven straight at the bowler. The Anish tried to grab the ball with his hand, however, was not able to control it. The ball touched his hand and it landed on the wickets. The wickets broke. The appeal was made. The appeal was made, however, it's been denied by the umpire. The next ball by Anuj, outside the off, further moving down the line, a quicker one, well collected by the wicketkeeper. Anuj now trying his level best to contain the batsman. 2 balls been bowled, very good deliveries coming in, just trying to change his pace. Outside the off stump, driven down the carpet, all around the carpet at the long off region. Fielded at the boundary and the batsman crossover for a single. That's 113 for 4 as of now. Anil batting strong at 33, Azan on 25. Azan on strike, the crowd getting excited. A tossed up delivery by Anuj, driven on the uppish towards the long off region. Single is what they get, fielded by the fielder all along the boundary line. Anuj trying to contain whatever way possible. This over has been great, fantastically bowled by Anuj. Just 2 runs of it. Wrapped on the pads. The next delivery, a quicker one, cutting through Amir on his wraps on his pad. The ball rolls over, fielded by the wicketkeeper, and the score stands still. That's a fantastic ball. That's a sign of a well set batsman. Amir just walks across, knows that there is no protection there for the bowler in the deep square leg region, hoists the ball over the square leg region at the boundary and gets 4 for himself and his team. Nonetheless, end of the over is 6 runs scored of it. So it's a well balanced over, scored only 6 runs of it. The score stands at 118 for 4 at the end of 14 overs. Amir batting strong at 37 of the 28 balls that he has faced. Azan batting at 26 of the 13 balls that he has faced. Anuj bowled a fantastic over in the last over that he bowled. Just 6 runs scored of it, including the boundary. We again see pace coming in. Suraj back in the bowling. Probably the captain of the King side is trying to capitalize here, curtail the scoring, probably get a couple of wickets here. That would slow down the scoring for Ninjas, who are currently going very strong. That's a pace ball dog all along the carpet. Just use the pace of the ball, nudged it through the offside, and that's very unfortunate. A single should have been scored there off the misfield of the bowler, and the crossover for another single. That's one overthrow. That's the first overthrow that we see of the morning. So one extra run coming in there. The Kings should curtail these things. This would matter at the end of the day. Every run matters. Another fantastic ball. The batsman tries to push it through to the point region. Fielded there by the point fielder. No runs been scored. A good ball bowled by Suraj. The next delivery. Pitched outside off stump and a wide declared by the umpire. Probably Suraj is trying to york Azan, trying to curtail his way of batting. Suraj on the move now. Probably directions coming in from the captain to curtail the batting side. A quicker ball outside edge through the slip areas, fielded in the deep third man region. Azan crosses over for a single. Amir now on strike. We probably might see some changes in the field. So field change just been done here. Amir on strike. And that's a fantastic ball coming in. That's an off cutter for Amir. It lands on his stumps, and we see the end of a wonderfully played innings there by Amir Khan. Captain's knock coming to an end. A fantastic innings placed. The ball was outside off stump, was coming in. Trying to raise the speed of runs being scored, in again losing his wickets. Nonetheless, a captain's knock. I would say fantastically well played. Suraj has a wicket for himself now. At the end of 2.4 overs, scored of him with one wicket that he got. A crucial wicket at the crucial juncture of this game. The game well balanced now. 122 for 5 now for Ninjas. After this over, another 5 overs to go. Suraj coming in from the railway end, getting a wicket for himself. The ball just skid through and Amir lost his wicket. Very economical as far as Suraj is concerned. 2.4 overs, 15 runs, 1 wicket. So that's 5.62. That's where he stands currently. We have the next batsman coming in, Parag Raj, a right-handed batsman. Let's see what he has to offer. It's a wonderful delivery, leaving the batsman pitched on the offside, further moving away. Probably is trying to get the outside edge. Parag on strike now. Full toss, the catch, and it's been dropped. The ball rolls over towards the boundary area, fielded there, and the batsman crossover for a single. It was taken on the full, should have been caught, however missed by the fielder, and was fielded in the deep. We again stop over for a small break. A small discussion there between the umpires and the organizers. There seems to be some confusion there. The organizers trying to drive their point. End of 15 overs. The score stands at 123 for 5. The last 5 overs of the Ninja innings coming now. Suraj, fantastic bowling, very economical. 3 overs, 16 runs, 1 wicket. The economy of 5.33 for him. The most economical bowler in the morning. We see action again. The last 5 overs coming up of the Ninja innings. This one on the leg, placed on the square leg region. Azan now facing the next delivery from the pavilion end. Azan facing. It's a flat delivery down the leg, a quicker one. The wicketkeeper was not able to collect it. The ball rolls down the line, wide declared by the umpire. And the ball crosses over to the boundary. It's coming down the leg, the ball, the bowler trying to push it a little harder. In the bargain, losing his line and length. The next ball coming in now. Again trying to push the ball, going down the leg, this time collected by the wicketkeeper. However, it's been declared a wide by the umpire. This is just trying to push it through quickly. This was a tossed ball now on the middle stump. Well defended by Azan, unlike his batting. A defensive stroke there, fielded by the bowler. The next ball. Azan dances down the wicket, hits the ball all along the carpet towards the long leg region. Fielded there at the boundary, and Azan scores a single for himself and his team. We have Parag now on strike. It's again a tossed ball driven down the leg. The long leg fielder has to do a lot. A direct hit there. However, the bat was grounded. So no questions of appeal coming in there. Sankit bowling at a decent pace now. He's trying to concentrate more on the pace rather than the spin. That's again a tossed delivery, a flipper I would say, pitched on the middle, takes the inside edge of the bat, and the ball rolls down at the square leg region, and Azan takes a couple for himself. The Kings need a wicket here now, wicket of Azan, that would curtail the scoring. Azan trying to capitalize on the spin bowling that he's facing. A tossed up delivery. Azan dances down the wicket, hoists it over the long leg region into the stands
for a massive 6. So Azan now trying to capitalize on the bowling, and it's 140 runs for 5 wickets at the end of 16 overs, thanks to Azan for his wonderful knock of 38, coming in of just 20 deliveries with 2 fours and 3 towering 6s. Excellent inning there by Azan. He's trying to make sure that his team crosses a decent amount of total. This win was a fantastic use of his legs. He danced down the wicket, made sure that he reached the pitch of the ball. The head was down, and the bat coming into the picture, and the ball lands right in the long leg region for a 6. So currently they're scoring at around 8.75. At this pace, they would reach around 175. The desired score, a decent amount of score, I would say, as far as today's match is concerned. We see the bowler now coming in from the railway end. Parag to face him. Parag is batting on 3, and he drives the ball to the deep mid-off region. Parag is just trying to make sure that Azan gets the maximum amount of batting here. Azan is striking currently at this rate of 190. That's the strike rate that he has with this inning. Azan just leaves the ball. The bowler just trying to push the ball, was down the leg, collected by the wicket keeper. Vipin putting in a little bit of effort, in the bargain losing his line and length. The next ball, again, it's going down the leg, a wide declared by the umpire. So Vipin is trying a little more than what is needed, in the bargain losing his line and length. He just needs to make sure that he just needs to contain the batsman. It's a good ball being bowled, wrapped on the pads, probably on the toes of Azan. Azan in a little pain here, and the medical kit is being called in for. Somebody needs to carry the medical kit on the field. Azan is hurt on his toes, is down on the ground. So we probably might see a small break here, a drinks break. Azan down with an injured toe probably. We see the medical kit on the ground. Field is converging on Azan, just making sure, checking sure that he is all good. Azan seems to be a strong man, and I'm sure that he would like to carry his innings all the way through till the 20th over. We are currently in the 17th over of this innings. Azan batting strongly at 38 of the 21 balls that he has faced. 2 fours and 3 sixes there. Parag giving him company at 4 of the 5 balls that he has faced. Vipin Chaubey currently bowling at 2.2 overs, 18 runs of it, however has 1 wicket to his tally. A spray been applied, and I think Azan should be fit and fine to carry the bat through the innings. Most of the time we have seen this short break disrupts the concentration of the bowler and the batsman. In the bargain, either runs are scored or we lose a wicket. Let's see what we have here now. The field is very well wide spread across. Only 4 men in the circle. Rest all guarding the boundary. Nobody there in the mid-wicket region there in the deep on either side. Azan just places this ball right into the gap and the ball rolls over for a boundary. A fantastic placement there done by Azan and gets himself a boundary. So he now deals in boundaries. He does not want to run anymore, just wants to make sure that the ball rolls across the boundary every time he touches his bat. This was a fantastically placed, well-placed ball just way outside the point region. No protection there in the deep and the ball rolls over for a boundary. Fantastic innings here. 42 now. Azan going really strong. We'd like to see a half century here. Again, Azan capitalizing on the field placement that has been done. Just makes sure that the ball rolls over just outside the reach of the point fielder and it goes towards a deep point where it has been fielded. And Azan crossover for 2 runs. Azan now on 44, just a hit away from the half century. This is a sign of a set batsman, just making sure, respecting the bowler, respecting the ball, just the defensive push in the off fielded by the bowler. Azan knows how to play cricket, how to place his inning. He knows he needs to carry his bat through the innings. That's a leg glance that has been done. Very well fielded there by the fielder there. The ball comes back to the wicketkeeper. Azan scores a single. And that's a leg bye been declared by the umpire. Azan now batting on 45 of 25. At the end of 17 overs, the score stands 150 for 5. At the end of 17 overs, we are at 150 for 5. 3 overs to go now, and we see the bowler now in action, the highest wicket taker of this tournament coming into the picture, probably trying to capitalize now here, get a breakthrough for his team. Azan will going really strong. They really need a wicket here now. The field is very widespread. I can just see just 3 players in the circle. Some minor adjustments in the field as we see Azan dancing down the wicket. Another towering sixer that we see here. Fantastic block here by Azan. Dancing down the wicket and he hoists it over the long leg region and it goes on for a 6. Fantastic batting here by Azan and he scores a half century for himself. A fantastic knock here. Just 26 balls and he scored 51 runs, which consists of 4 towering sixes and 3 fours. Well played Azan. A fantastic knock here. It is a delight to see him. बॉल घूम गया शायद.
The ball seems to be lost. The player is trying to retrieve it. The umpires will change the ball in case the ball has not been found. I think the ball is back in action. Azan going really strong. Dr. Vinay Sangle, the highest wicket taker of the tournament, in operations now. The ball pitching well outside the off stump, further moving away, collected by the wicketkeeper. However, it's been declared a wide here by the umpires, so extra runs. The Kings don't need these extra runs to be given off. A full toss here there by the bowler, and Azan again capitalizes, and he hits really strong all the way over the boundary ropes. We see another six coming into the picture. Azan really making sure that he's taking the innings right through. Azan is making sure that the ball is lost. He's just dealing in boundaries currently, just making sure that he is capitalizing on the widespread field here. The fielder is trying to retrieve the ball here. Again, the field is very wide spread across. A lot of production there now in the leg region. Azan has hit all his sixes in those regions. Kings trying to curtail it, cover it up. The next ball a little short of length outside the leg, and Azan drives it down the carpet towards the long leg region for a single. So we now see Parag in action, probably will just nudge across to get a single. Parag trying to imitate Azan, misses it completely, and no runs been scored here. So Vinay Sangle in his fourth over has already given 51 runs and has got 2 wickets. That's a heave there by Parag in the leg region. A single been scored. Azan back on strike, and the crowd getting excited, probably want to see another 6 here. Azan has already have 5 sixes. And Azan just walks over, knows the field placements, knows that there is no protection in the deep square leg region, just makes sure that the ball lands right across the boundary rope. We see another towering 6. So that's 6 sixes of this wonderful innings that has been placed. Azan now batting very, very strong on 64 of the 29 balls that he has faced. 6 sixes and 3 fours of this 64. A well decorated innings coming in at a very short span of time. We did well support Amir when they were together. A good partnership coming in there. After Amir's departure, Azan took over the charge, is making sure that the team is scoring at a very rapid pace. Currently at the end of 18 overs, 171 for 5. They're currently scoring at 9.5 overs. At this pace, they would probably reach 190. A power play been taken now by default. End of 18 overs is 171 for 5. Really going strong. Another 20 to 30 runs of the next 2 overs would take the score beyond 200. We now see another change coming in from the railway end. We are at 171 for 5 at the end of 18 overs. The last 2 overs power play would be seen. Fielding restrictions coming in. Azan looking around for the field. The bowler has to make sure that it's a wicket-to-wicket bowling. A slight miss here and there, and I'm sure that Azan would go ahead and capitalize on that. Parag just trying to imitate what Azan is doing, just making sure that the scoreboard is ticking along. That's a wonderfully well placed boundary right over the mid-off region. It rolls over. He knew that there was no protection in the deep for the bowler. Just made sure that the ball rolls over. She just scoops it over the off region, over the fielder's head, and the ball rolls over for a boundary. Good shot there coming in. It's the need of the hour. Last 2 overs, and they need to get the maximum amount of score. The score now is at 175 for 5. They're going really strong, Ninjas now. Again trying to capitalize on the same shot. The ball drops short off the fielder. A direct hit. However, the bat was grounded. The field widespread here. The power play in picture currently. Parag at batting at 10. And Azan at 64. Azan just miscued that shot. It just scooped very, very high in the sky. The fielder trying to capitalize for a catch. The sun was in his eyes and could not do so. In the meantime, Azan just crosses over for a couple. So that adds to the score. It's 178 for 5 now. Azan trying to improvise, just walks over, trying to scoop the ball, trying to make the dill scoop, just trying to make the dill scoop here, misses it, hits on the pads, the ball rolls over to the point region, and there's no runs been scored. The score still remains at 178 for 5. That's a full toss over the mid-region. No been signaled there by the umpire, and it's another 6 coming in from Azan. He's just making sure that the ball does not land in the ground. It's over the ropes. It was high, full toss over his mid-region, over 5 for 5 at the end of 18.4 overs. The ball being changed time and again. Azan at 72 of the 32 balls that he has faced, 6 sixes and 3 fours. He deserves a round of applause here.
The strike rate currently Azan is at 225. The entire Ninja squad is excited to see him out there. He's just making sure that the team crosses 200. Another 6 balls, 15 runs would reach them to 200. That's a good ball being bowled, trying to york Azan. Azan just nudges the ball all along the carpet towards the off region for a single. The next ball outside off, and it's been driven strongly, and the ball crosses the boundary. Let's see what the umpires have to say. It's a boundary for Parag. So both the batsmen now trying to capitalize the maximum out of the bowlers, and they're trying to score at a very, very rapid pace. End of 19 overs. We have the last over coming in now from the Kings. It's really exciting to see now if Ninjas are able to reach at a score of 200. The score currently reads 190 of 19 overs. They're striking currently at 10 per over. They need another 10 for 200. The last over now. Azan 73. Last 6 balls to go. Let's see what we see here now. Bowler trying to bowl something which is outside off, and that's been declared a wide. The bowler trying to reach, well done to bowl the ball which is out of reach for Azan. Knows that Azan will go for a kill. The bowler is trying to make sure that Azan is not able to reach the ball. In the bargain is bowling wide balls. A couple of wides already been bowled in this over. These are extra runs. That's a cost coming into the team. Azan dancing down the wicket, hoists the ball on the mid-off region, just making sure that it crosses the infield fielders over the head, and the ball rolls down for a boundary. Azan is again on the roll. Azan now owns 77 of the 34 balls that he has faced. Azan just trying to move across, hoist the ball over the leg region. No protection there. That's what Azan would have seen. Trying to capitalize on the same. And we see the end of Azan's inning. Azan trying to capitalize on the ball, trying for that reverse sweep across the point region. Gets an out at outside edge and is caught by the wicketkeeper. A fantastic innings. He deserves an applause here from his team. So 36 balls, 77 runs that he has scored. It's a fantastic inning. He's made sure that the Ninjas cross over to the 200. A fantastic inning, well placed, well deserved applause here coming in from his teammates as he walks into the pavilion. Fantastic innings that we have seen, the best innings of today's morning. He just placed his inning, timed it really well. He had a well
managed partnership with Amir when he was at his crease. He took a second fiddle, made sure that Amir gets the maximum amount of strike, made sure that he settles down. Once Amir was out of picture, he took over the charge and made sure that his team reaches a decent amount of score.
लास्ट बॉल है ना 20th ओवर है ना नहीं 3 बॉल हो ना पहला 2 बॉल वाइस है ना
The next ball coming in, tried to hoist it over.
ये अच्छा डाल रहा है
The last over coming in from the pavilion end. Vipin has got 2 wickets, has given out 31 runs. 2 more balls to go. And a bold ball rocks the batsman. The leg stump goes for a spin. The leg stump goes on for a spin here. Batsman just trying to hoist the ball over. We just need another 4 runs. The last ball to be bowled. Just 4 balls remain for the last ball of this innings coming up now. The score stands at 196 for 7. Ganesh Jadhav to space the last ball of this innings. And that is the end of the 20 overs. The innings has closed down. The last ball was a dot ball. The Kings bowled very well through the innings, well fielded. However, the Ninjas made sure that they score at a rapid pace. They started really slow. It's 196 runs that they scored for 8 at the end of 20 overs. That is the end of the first innings, and we'll probably see the action very soon in the next 10 minutes, where the Ninjas will bowl and try to defend the 196 they have scored. We'll see you back in action in the next 10 minutes. Thank you. A very good afternoon to all of the viewers now. So we see the second phase coming up, the second innings of this particular match coming up. So 196 that was been scored by the Ninjas. They'll be defending the 196. The Khargar Kings starting their innings. Anuj Tiwari and Digvijay Singh on the ground. The match about to start. The first over been bowled from the Railways end by Parag Raj. The first ball coming up. And that's driven really strong towards the bowler. Just got a hand to it. The ball rolls over to the fielder at the offside. In the meanwhile, we see the first runs been scored, and the scoreboard starts ticking at the very first ball of this innings. They start the innings with a single. The Ninja started it with a boundary. Batsman now facing Digvijay Singh. Just need to make sure that they place their innings really well. A tossed up ball in the outside. The ball rolls over to the boundary for a 4. That's the first ball been faced by Digvijay, and he makes sure that the score starts ticking. It's a boundary coming in on the offside through the mid-off region. No protection there in the deep. The field absolutely widespread. It's the power play that's going on. Immediately there's a field change that's been brought. So we now have a mid-off in position, or rather a catching position, I would say. Almost all the fielders in field. And the bowler miscues the ball. The next ball, it's driven all along the carpet towards the long leg region for a single. Smart batting there. Just had a 4 for himself. Just trying to rotate the strike here now. That's 6 runs been scored now. Again, the next ball placed at the long leg region, all along the carpet, and the crossover for a single. Running in between the wickets has been fantastic since morning, and the Kings are carrying it forward now. The ball just pushed through to the point region, well fielded there by the fielder. No runs been scored there. It's a packed outfield on the offside, so predominantly the ball would be bowled all along the offside. Not much protection there on the leg side. The batsman trying to push the ball through the point region. Miscues it. The ball collected by the wicketkeeper. End of the first over for the Kings, and the score stands at 7 for no loss. They probably try to capitalize here on the new ball. So end of Parag's over, 1 over 7 runs been given off by Parag, and we see the bowler from Pavilion into operations. Adjustments been done. Again a packed offside field. Predominantly the ball will be in the range of off and outside off. That would be something that would be targeted. Looking at the field pacing, fine leg been pushed all across the boundary now, just for the flick. A fantastic ball here, just leaving the off stump, pitched on the off stump and further moving away, just a slight niche. Anuj tried to run it down the third man region, miscues it, lucky not to get an edge. This next ball, same one, Anuj tries to heave it along the leg side boundary. The ball pitching on the off, further moving away, a wide declared by the umpire. So 1 run added to the score, 1 extra run here. Another full toss on the leg stump. Anuj makes sure that he gets the bat on time, drives it down, and the ball rolls over for a 4. First 4 of the Kings inning coming in from their captain. So the first 4 here been scored in the second over. That sends a lot of cheer on the field. The next ball of the second over. The catch was there, a bit low. The fielder could not grab it, and it rolls over for the boundary. The second boundary of this over. Anuj really taking things in his grip now, trying to capitalize on the power play that he has been there. There's a second over of the power play of the mandatory first 4 overs. Second boundary of this innings been scored. The next ball, Anuj tries to glance it down the fine leg region. The ball wraps on the pad. The fielder collects the ball, and there's no addition to the score. The bowler needs to stick to the off stump line. The bowler balls on the leg. Anuj capitalizing on the save. Just glances it, just drives it away in the deep square leg region. The boundary of this over. That's 3 boundaries of this over. A little expensive as far as the Ninjas are concerned. A good going, a good start for the Kings. Say at the end of 1.5 overs, they are 20 for no loss. Anuj already scored 14 with 3 boundaries to decorate his innings. That was a perfect shot, but a well placed fielder there right into his hands in the point region. No score been added, and at the end of 2 overs, they are going 20 for no loss. So the Kings are 20 for no loss at the end of 2 overs.
ना उसमें आइस है उसके अंदर.
The next over coming in from the railway end. Parag again would be operational there. He's already given 7 runs of his first over. A decent over, I would say, considering it's a power play in progress. Digvijay Jadhav, the face, is batting on 5. That's a fantastic shot. The ball was outside off stump, asking to be hit, and it's a boundary for the deep point region. Immediately that brings in a change in the field. A fielder has been pushed back at the deep point region now. So that's 24 runs now been scored. Parag again trying to capitalize it, however misses it completely. Well collected by the wicketkeeper there. Again, some fine tuning there by the wicketkeeper as far as the field racing is concerned. Now the bowler has a protection in the deep, in the squarish region. Again, this is smart cricket coming into the picture. He knows that there is no protection in the deep, in the leg side region. Just hoists it across on the leg side, over the infield, and the ball rolls over for a boundary. The score moves on to 28 for no loss at the end of 2.3 overs. Digvijay going strong with 3 boundaries of his 13 runs that he has scored. Anuj going strong at 14 of the 8 balls that he has faced. Parag has to try and do something different. That could not deviate from the off-stump line because he has got almost no protection in the leg. A quicker one there by the bowler, well collected by the wicketkeeper. The batsman trying to nudge the ball across the third man area. There's nobody in the deep here, so probably trying to nudge it. School cricket, that I would say. A slow one, again smart cricket, and it's a boundary 6. That's the first 6 of the Kings innings coming up for you, and that 6 comes from the bat of Digvijay Jadhav. He's going really strong now. 19 runs been scored of the 9 balls that he has faced, so he's scoring at 211 as the strike rate. He's almost run nothing, just 1 single that he has taken, 3 fours and 1 6 to decorate his innings. He's going really, really strong. Last ball of the third over coming up. A full toss there, and it's driven very hard. The boundary fielder completely misjudged it, and the ball rolls over for the boundary, and that's the 4th boundary coming in for Digvijay Jadhav, scoring at immense pace now, just trying to make sure that they get the maximum amount of runs in the power play itself. End of 3 overs, and they are already at 38 for no loss. So Digvijay going strong, 10 balls faced, 23 runs that he scored, 4 fours and 1 6. Anuj following up with 14 runs of the 8 ball that he has faced, and he has scored 3 boundaries. So the Kings currently dealing in boundaries. They don't want to run in between the wickets. They want to make sure that they take the advantage of the field placement. The 4th over, the power play, the last over of the mandatory power play coming up now. I'm sure Anuj and Digvijay would try to get around 20 odd runs for themselves to capitalize on this innings. The ball was on the leg stump, wrapped on the pads. The ball rolls over to the point region, and they scamper themselves for a single. A leg by been scored here by the umpire. So 1 run added to the score. The score moves on to 39 of this one extra that comes up. Rohit has been trying to push the ball through a little quicker, trying to make sure that the batsman miscues the shot. A decent ball being bowled, driven straight down the field, well fielded by the field, just cuts off the boundary, and they score a single here. The power play over going on currently. That's a tap done here towards the point region. No runs been scored. The field is well placed on the off. A complete protection, I would say. Nobody in the deep. I can see one deep square leg that's been placed. That's the only, and one deep third man, a squarish third man, I would say. And Anuj capitalizing on the infield, knows there is no protection there in the deep square leg region, just walks across and hoists the ball in the deep square leg region for a boundary four. So the Kings are scoring at a very, very brisk space here now. They are trying to get the maximum out of the power play that they are having now. That's another towering hit from Anuj on the offside in the deep mid-wicket region for a boundary four. And they're really drilling in boundaries now. They don't want to run in between the wickets. There's a small discussion happening right in the middle at the end of 5 balls that have been bowled. At the end of 3.5 overs, 48 is the score. So they're currently scoring at 12.52. The last ball of the mandatory power play to be bowled now. Let's see what Anuj does now. And Anuj, another towering hit there in the deep mid-wicket region, and it goes down for the boundary. There was no protection there for the bowler, and they are going really, really strong. End of the 4 overs, and the score reads 52 for no loss. So Anuj and Digvijay going really strong at 5 overs. Sorry, at the end of 4 overs, they are 52 for no loss. Anuj batting on 22, Digvijay on 24. I'm sure that there would be a bowling change now. And I can see a spinner coming in to operations. End of the mandatory 4 overs of power play. Excellent batting there done by the Kings. They have already crossed 50 in the first 4 overs itself. So they are scoring currently at the rate of 13. So Rajesh Dubey been brought into operations now. End of power play, so the field is now well spread across. Equally balanced off and leg side field. There is long leg, long on. Those fielders in the deep. That is a deep. There's nobody deep in the leg region. There's one fielder being placed there towards the mid-wicket region. So we have a deep mid-wicket, we have a long on, long off coming into the picture. These are the deep fielders. Play just a little held up currently. There's a little field adjustment been done. The first ball of the 5th over, a short one, but a quicker one, pitched on the leg stump, moves away out of the off stump. A leg spin for the right hand batsman, collected by the wicket keeper. No runs been scored there. That's a straight drive, unfortunately right at the stumps, so the ball automatically gets stopped. It was a fantastic stroke, a straight drive there coming in from the batsman, however hits the opposite end stumps and no runs there been scored. The next ball, a little tossed up delivery, just nudged in the mid-off region, and the bowlers and the batsmen scampered over for a single, a quick single. That's good running in between the wickets. They need this to keep the score alive and ticking. That's the key to a fantastic score there. End of 4.3 overs, 53. That's another tab in the mid-off region, where they scamper for a single and unnecessary throw, resulting in an extra overthrow runs. These runs definitely count at the end of the day. They don't have to do this. That's no need of that throw. The batsman was about to reach. So that's an extra run given. End of 4.4 overs, the score stands at 55 for no loss. A tossed up delivery and Anuj just heaves it on the straight, and the ball crosses the boundary straight down the line, and it's a boundary for coming in from Anuj. It's a well deserved boundary for him. As I said earlier, these guys are dealing in boundaries. So the partnership of 59 of the 29 balls that they have faced. That's a drive all along the carpet in the mid-off region, well fielded there by the fielder. Makes sure that the batsmen just get 1 run rather than 2 runs. And 5 overs. The score reads at 60 for no loss. It's a scorching heat out there. Absolutely scorching, I would say. The temperature is close to around 39 degrees. That would take a toll on the batsmen and the fielders there. They need to negotiate themselves. Anuj
has to carry the bat at least. He has to bat for another 10 overs and keep on the scoreboard ticking. That would be the key. Ninjas obviously have to go ahead and put on the brakes. So either they dry out the runs or they take wickets. They definitely need quick wickets here. It's 60 at the end of 5 overs. So they definitely need a breakthrough now. In the bargain, we can see a bowling change happening here. So Jai Samant now coming into the picture, operational, and Anuj will be facing him. It's a short ball from Jai. Anuj just pulls it over to the mid region. Fielded there at the mid wicket region. No runs been scored there. The next ball from Jai. It's again a short one. Anush just rocks back and pulls it down the deep square leg region. Gets a single for himself. Jai has a protection there in the deep square leg region. So the field is now a little wide spread. Most of the field has been placed in the deep as protection. It's a wicket to wicket bowling, that's the key. Should not be giving any extras as we see Jai walking in for the next ball. Again a short delivery, but an excellent placement by the batsman. Digvijay just rocks back, lets the ball come onto the bat and just guides it through the point region towards the point boundary, and he scores himself a boundary. A fantastically well placed ball and he gets a boundary for. So Digvijay going strong on 29. Immediately that shot has brought a change in the field. So we now have a protection in deep point region for Jai. Taken on the hips, driven at the square leg region, fielded there by the fielder, very alert, gives it back to the wicket keeper, and there is no addition to the score. So they are going really strong now. Well poised innings here. We are in the 6th over, the score reads at 65 for no loss. The next ball from Jai, smart cricket I would say, just placed the ball with soft hands and the crossover for a single. This is what cricket is all about. Just make sure that the scoreboard is ticking. T20 has brought immense change, innovations in the game of cricket. A little fine tuning been done as soon as Anuj comes onto the play. Jai with the last ball of the 6th over. And Anuj just taps it and the ball rolls over to the deep point region. And Anuj scores a single, retains the strike for himself. End of 6 overs. The score stands at 67 for no loss. So they are currently scoring at 11.17 runs per over. Digvijay Jadhav on 30 of the 17 balls that he has faced. 5 fours and 1 6. Anuj batting at 35 of the 19 balls that he has faced. 7 fours, 2 in that particular innings. Jay Samant, 23 matches, 410 runs and 15 wickets. That's his profile, I would say. Anuj on strike. We have the bowler Rajesh Dubey coming in. He's already given 8 runs in his first over. That's a tossed up delivery, takes the outside edge, and Anuj goes for a well-deserved wicket here. It was a well tossed up delivery. Anuj wanted to hoist it over the wicket of the straight ball over the wicket, however got an outside edge and the ball balloons in the point region. Where is it caught? And the Kings lose their first wicket. The captain goes. However, I think he has done his job. He has given a correct start, a fantastic start to their innings. All his teammates now need to do is make sure that they capitalize on the kind of start that they have got. Anuj, 35 runs of the 20 balls that he has faced. So Rajesh Dubey strikes with the first ball of his second over. So his stats now reads 1.1 over, 8 runs and 1 wicket. We have Abhijit as the new batsman at the crease. Abhijit needs to make sure that his senior partner Digvijay at this crease gets the maximum amount of batting. Abhijit taking guard. We just happened to lose Anuj to a well bowled delivery, well tossed up delivery. The first ball that's placed in the mid-off region, fielded there by the fielder, no addition to the score. So that's the first ball faced by Abhijit. The next one, driven through the mid-off region, fielded there in the deep mid-off region, and Abhijit gets a couple for himself. There was a slight misfield there which allowed the second run to be scored. So Abhijit taking his time, settle down there. Smart cricket there, just place the ball just outside the reach of the fielder, all across the carpet, and then gets a single for himself, brings Digvijay to the strike, his senior partner, who is batting on 30 of the 17 balls that he has faced. 5 fours already been scored, 1 towering 6. Digvijay now to face. It's a tossed up delivery. He just drives it on the up, towards the long leg region, gets a single for himself and his team. The score now reads 71 for 1 at the end of 6.5 overs. That's another tossed up delivery, takes an inside edge, well kept by the wicketkeeper, well collected, tries to stump the batsman. However, the leg was grounded and the question does not arise of the appeal. End of 7 overs. Kharghar Kings are at 71 for 1. The current scoring rate is at 10.14. So the Kharghar Kings require 126 runs of the 78 balls left in this innings. Abhijit batting at 3, Digvijay batting at 31. The next over coming in from Jai Samant. He's already given 7 runs of the first over that he bowled. The key would be wicket to wicket bowling. That would be the key to contain the batsman. The start of the 8th over. And the ball been driven all along the carpet towards the long leg region for a single. So Jai in operations now. Digvijay just happened to get a single of the last ball that he faced. We now have Abhijit facing Jai for the first time. It's a good shot. They're coming in from the offside. So they're now running, just making sure that the score is ticking. Single been scored. That's what they're doing right now, rotating the strike. That's another good way of making sure that the score is live and ticking. That's a lovely little drive there in the deep point region, fielded there on the boundary, and they score another single. So probably what they're doing right now is making sure that they score single every ball, and the loose ball in between has been dispatched for a boundary. That's the strategy what they are working currently. That's full toss on the leg side, and that's been driven in the deep square leg region, and the ball reaches the boundary. That's the first boundary coming in from Abhijit. He's placing in the innings really well. That's the first boundary coming in. So he's now standing at 8 of the 6 balls that he has faced. Jay drifting a little bit from his off-stump line on the leg stump, and it was probably trying to get a yorker for him. However, the ball reaches the boundary, just a little nudge on the full, and the ball reaches the boundary. The fieldsman now trying to get the ball. The ball seems to be lost in this deep square leg region. We have a short break here as the ball is to be retrieved from the woods. It seems that the ball is retrieved now, and we'll see action back. Some discussion between the umpires and the players. So ball been retrieved, now we're ready for action. Again, some field placements to be done. The score stands at 78 for 1 at the end of 7.4 overs. The scoring at 10.17. Abhijit on 8, Digvijay on 33. Jai Samant with the 5th ball of his 2nd over. And that's smartly been driven in the deep fine leg region, fielded there by the square leg fielder, and they score a couple for themselves. Leg by there been declared by the umpire. So that's 2 extra runs coming in. The Kings really making a smart move. Just taking the scoreboard, taking singles, running in between wicket has been great, as we have the last ball of the 8th over. Again, been driven strongly in the deep fine leg, squarish deep fine leg region, and that's a boundary been scored. So Jay bowling a little short one in the ribcage of Abhijit, and Abhijit capitalizing on it. Just rocks back, rolls the bat over the ball, and takes the advantage of the pace, and he gets a 4 for himself and the team. End of 8 overs, and his score now reads 84 for 1. Jai Samant has given 18 runs of his 2 overs that he has bowled. Rajesh Dubey has given 12 runs of the 2 overs that he has bowled. He's taken 1 wicket. The score reads 84 for 1 at the end of 8 overs. The next over coming in from the railway end. A bowling change been applied here. The Ninjas now desperately looking out for a wicket. The Kings going very strong at the end of 8 overs. Digvijay at 33 of the 20 balls that he has faced. Abhijit batting on 12. Digvijay now would be facing Vaibhav with a fresh over. That's a well-pitched delivery. However, he capitalized on it. He knows that there is no fielder in the deepish point region. Just guides the ball along the carpet in that particular area and scores a boundary. A wonderfully placed ball, and he scores a boundary for himself and his team. That's a great going. Very first ball bowled by Vaibhav Kodu goes for a boundary 4. Nothing wrong with the delivery, but well placed by the batsman. The next delivery, smart wicket there by The batsman just nudges it in the point region, just outside the reach of the point fielder, and he gets a single for himself. So Kharwar Kings now need 108 runs in the 70 balls that are left. They're currently at 89 for 1 at 8.2 overs. A decent ball, a length ball, just nudged in the mid-off region, fielded there by the fielder. No runs been scored there. A good battle that we are able to see here between the bat and the ball. Ninjas trying to get another wicket or breakthrough. That's an absolutely wonderfully well played straight drive there. An absolute delight to watch. The bat coming in right in the center, the ball coming in right there, and he rolls his wrist right across. The ball rolls along the carpet right across this off stump, and it goes down the straight line of the pitch for a boundary for a fantastic shot there by the batsman Abhijit. I would say that's the shot of the day, and he gets a boundary. That's absolute cricket Bible shot, I would say. Head down, head still, watch the ball right till the end, and drove it all along the carpet. No ways that anybody would have cut it. That's fantastic cricket all along that we are able to see. The ball has been retrieved. A lot of woods around this ground, so we probably tend to lose the ball time and again. However, the umpire got the ball retrieved back. In between, the players are taking a little drinks break. It's a scorching sun out there. Hats off to all the players who dared the sun and are trying to make this game, or trying to take this game to the next level. Abhijit now batting on 16 with that wonderful shot. He already has 3 boundaries to his credit. The strike rate stands at 160. Another few changes that we see immediately as the boundary has been hit. Now this has been the feature of Kings, as another straight drive straight to the bowler. Hard luck for him, could not capitalize. It was a very, very difficult chance, but a chance. Catches win matches, and you probably need to grab this, or probably need a little luck. He got his hand to it, however could not contain the single. The score now moves to 93 for 1. That's again a smart nudge on the offside, and they scamper themselves for a single. That's end of 9 overs. At the end of 9 overs, Kharwar Kings are at 95 for 1, and they're scoring at a brisk pace of 10.56. Abhijit on 17 of the 11 balls that he has faced, 3 fours. Digvijay Jadhav, his senior partner, has scored 39 of the 23 deliveries that he has faced. His innings, 6 fours and 1 6. He's striking at around 169.57 at this moment. The Kharwar Kings desperately are trying the level best to keep up with the pace, to keep up with the start that Anuj had given them, and they are quite successful in that. 9 overs, 95 runs is an amazing way to place the innings. This is the last 10th over That's the mid over, that will be a mid of the second innings. Let's see what we have here now. The ball just has been scooped on the leg side, mid-wicket region. The ball has been fielded in the mid-wicket region. The ball is cross across for a single. The scoreboard moves to 96 for 1. Parag Raj with his third over in operations. That's a quicker delivery moving outside the off. The batsman tried to run it on the third man region, misses it completely, and is collected by the wicketkeeper. The next ball just cutting inside. The batsman was not able to read it in a hurry, just stabs it on across the ground in the mid-off region, fielded in the mid-off region by the deep fielder, and the batsman crossover for a single. This is good cricket. If they are not able to score in boundaries, they are trying to rotate the stride by getting singles. And that's a fantastic shot and a dreadful misfield in the point region. The ball rolls over in the deep point region for a boundary. That's a welcome boundary that the Kharghar Kings are looking out for, and they have already reached the 100 mark. The score now stands at 101 for 1 in just 9.4 overs. That's great and good going. They're currently scoring at 10.45 runs per over. Digvijay stands very strong at 44, with Abhijit supporting him at 18. The next ball on the mid-leg region, driven right across the leg region for a single. That's 102 for 1 at 9.5 overs. That's an appeal for a caught behind. Abhijit was trying to run the ball in the third man region. The appeal denied by the umpire, and no runs been scored in the last ball. At the end of 10 overs, the Kharghar Kings are 102 for 1. They are striking currently at 10.2 runs per over. The Kharghar Kings require 95 runs in the next 10 overs. So they need to score at 9.5. The job is half done as of now. Ninjas desperately need a few wickets. The partnership going really strong. Anuj had given them a great and a fantastic start. They scored around 50 in the first 4 overs itself. So they did definitely capitalize on the power overs that they had. So Kharghar Kings definitely going strong here. A little or a shade above the Ninjas currently. Ninjas looking out for a break. They need a wicket here to curtail the scoring rate. They're trying the level best to contain these batsmen. The first ball of the 11th over, a defensive shot placed by the batsman. The ball rolls down the pitch, fielded by the bowler himself as he walks down for the second ball. Digvijay just rocks back, and then he strikes the ball in the deep point region, and the ball reaches the boundary. We have a boundary here, so they're scoring boundary every over. That is a fantastic shot coming in there, and we have scored a boundary.
Digvijay now stands at 49, just one run away from his half century, a well-deserved half century. Currently at 49 of the 28 balls that he has faced, 8 fours and a towering 6 to his credit. Digvijay is making statements now here, as after Anuj he is taking over as the lead run scorer there. And that's Anuj there again for action for you. Drove on the up through the mid off area and scores a couple for himself. And Digvijay scores a half century here. A round of applause from all the spectators here. So Digvijay now batting at 51 of the 29 balls, 8 fours and a 6 to his credit. Fantastic batting. The Khargor Kings now at 108 for 1. That's a tossed up delivery, and there is no protection in the deep, in the mid-off region, and Digvijay just calculating it and making sure that he's getting those gaps and scoring boundaries. So Digvijay now 155 of the 30 balls that he has faced. Khargor Kings are going really strong at 112 for 1 in 10.4 overs. The Ninjas have to get a breakthrough here. The partnership is going really strong here. This boundary has immediately brought a change in the field. Khargor Kings are going really strong. This was hoisted in the air but lands in a safe distance of the fielder, and he crosses over for a single. So Digvijay now 156. That's again hoisted in the offside, just falls short of the fielder in the no man's land, and the batsmen again get a single for themselves. That's end of the over. End of 11 overs. The Khargor Kings stand at 114 for 1. The Khargor Kings now need 83 runs in the 54 balls that are left in their innings. Digvijay Jadhav at 56 of the 31 balls that he has faced with 9 fours and a 6. Abhijit supporting him with 19 runs in the 15 balls that he has faced, 9 fours and a 6 to his credit. We shortly will see the 12th over in operation now. A strong offside field. The ball bowled in the mid and the leg region, driven right across the carpet in the long off region for a single. That's a squarish long off region that you see. That's driven right along the carpet in the mid-off region, and the batsmen cross themselves for a couple. So they're playing smart cricket here. Just nudging the ball across in the gaps, running for the singles, waiting for the loose ball to be punished. 117 for 1 at the end of 11.2 overs. That's a nice drive all along the carpet, through the cover region, and the ball reaches the cover boundary. And that's a boundary 4 when scored in the cover boundary region. A fantastic textbook shot that we see. That's the second good shot that we have seen all along the carpet. Absolute textbook for you. And the ball reaches the boundary, and they scored a boundary 4. So Digvijay showing great spirit here. A full toss been delivered. The next delivery, it is driven from the covers area, fielded in the deep cover boundary, and the batsman crossover for a single. This is great cricket, as I told you, that nudging the ball in the gaps, waiting for the loose ones. The next ball, it's been driven, a miscued shot, and a fantastic running in catch by the bowler, by the fielder, I'm sorry. Rohit wanted to hoist it. That's a good catch been taken, a good innings by the batsman. 20 runs been scored of the 16 balls that he had faced. 3 fours been scored of it. At the end of 11.5 overs, the Kharkar Kings are 122 for 2. They need another 75 runs of the 49 deliveries left in their innings. Digvijay Jadhav still going strong at 63 of the 34 balls that he has faced. 10 fours and 1 good big heave for a 6. So he's scoring at around 185.29. So they need 75 runs of the 49 balls now. And Ninjas are looking out for a few breaks here. Hopefully this wicket will bring a change in the scoring pattern. A good contest there between the bat and the ball now. The next batsman coming in, Prathamesh Patil. The next ball. That's a quicker one. And the ball just hurried in on the batsman. He just taps it on hurriedly. And there is no addition to the score. End of 12 overs. So we have the end of 12 overs. So that's 123 for 2. Digvijay Jadhav 163. Prathamesh Patil hasn't opened the score as of today. So 122 for 2 at the end of 12 overs.
The next over coming in from the railway end. A tossed up delivery driven all along the carpet in the deep cover region, fielded there, and the batsman crossover for the single. We have the 13th over in progress now. There will be 7 more overs after this over. That's an outside edge that balloons through the point region in between the fielders. In the meanwhile, the batsmen were trying to reach, scamper through for a couple of runs. The second run was never there, and apparently they have a run out. That's the first run out of this innings that we are able to see. No need there. However, they have lost the wicket. So that's the third wicket going down here. That's the run out. That was the breakthrough that the Ninjas were looking to. They need another few to come back into this match. The score now reads 124 runs and 3 wickets. So Kharghar Kings now chasing to 73 runs in the next 46 balls that they are about to receive. Digvijay Jadhav on 64 as we have the next batsman now facing him. It's again a toss delivery driven all along the carpet to the long off area, where it is fielded, and the batsman crossover for the single. This brings Digvijay to the crease to face the next delivery. It's a tossed up delivery and it's hoisted in the deep cover region where it is fielded, and the batsman crossover for a single. It's been a good over till now. A few runs been scored, not a boundary yet. And that's a fantastic shot there by the batsman. He just rocks back, drives it in the deep point region, and we get a boundary there. So that's a boundary scored, a well needed boundary here. Niranjan Kumar scores a boundary here. So he's now on 5 of the 2 deliveries that he has faced. Niranjan facing the next ball, the last ball of the 13th over. Again rocks back, puts it through to the deep point region, and they help themselves with a single. End of 13 overs, it's 131 for 3. Digvijay Jadhav, 65 of the 36 balls that he has faced, 10 fours and 1 6. Niranjan Kumar, 6 runs of the 3 balls that he has faced with 1 4. So the Kharghar Kings now are looking for 66 runs in the next 42 balls that they are about to face. It's a fantastic battle between the bat and the ball now. This next 7 overs would be pretty exciting. umpires on the edge of their seats. So the Kharghar Kings looking out to score at a brisk pace. They now need 66 runs of 42 balls. At the same time, the Ninjas are trying for a breakthrough. The next delivery. It's a flat pitch delivery, a little short of good length. There's a little scampering here and there. They are looking out, and that's a confusion that cost that wicket. Whether to go for it, not to go for it, whether to go for it, not to go for it. At the end of the day, they lose a wicket, an unnecessary run out that I could see here. No need of that scampering, and eventually they lose a wicket. This is what happens once you lose the wicket. You lose your concentration. We have the next batsman coming in now. Digvijay Singh has now a huge amount of responsibility on his shoulders. He has to make sure that the Kharghar Kings do cross the line. At the same time, the Ninjas would try to get his wicket. The next ball, a tossed up ball, and that's a wicket. An unnecessary shot there by the batsman, playing right across the line of the ball, trying to heave the ball in the square leg region, and in the bargain losing his wicket. A well-deserved ball there, and a well-deserved wicket for the Ninjas. They have been toiling really hard trying to get these breakthroughs, and this is what they have. A well-set batsman is back. That's a well-deserved innings by the batsman. A long walk back at the pavilion. A well-deserved applause for him. Really well played. He's placed his innings fantastically well. Was going really strong. But this happens, as I told you, this really happens. A wicket falls and then the batsmen lose their concentration, and then there's a line of wicket that goes onto it. Now the responsibility rests on the remaining batsmen to make sure that the Kharghar Kings cross over the line. The Ninjas all of a sudden have come alive. 13.2 overs. The Kharghar Kings stand at 131 for 5. So they now require 66 of the 40 balls that they have faced. So the last 4 balls has completely changed the match. The score now is 131 for 5 in 13.2 overs. The current run rate is at 9.82. That's a strong appeal for leg before, and going for a DRS. That's a strong appeal for a leg before wicket. Let's see what the DRS has to say. And they are checking on for the DRS now. So the umpire's decision, or the on-field umpire's decision is not out. They're just checking for the DRS now.
आउट दिया ये अंपायर ने क्या दिया
नॉट आउट दिया उसने, नॉट आउट दिया तभी तो DRS लिया ना,
नहीं नहीं सॉफ्ट सिग्नल देना है
सॉफ्ट सिग्नल कुछ बोला ही नहीं उसने.
स्लो मार पिचिंग देखो पहले डिसीजन सब चेंज हो गया लाइव छोड़ोगे ना सब हाँ तो डिसीजन सब चेंज करना ओरिजिनल
We're just waiting for the DRS decision now. Kharghar Kings are 131 for 5 at the end of 13.2 overs. They still need 66 runs of the 40 balls. We have two new batsmen at the crease. Vipin Chaubey and Brajesh Kotari. Rajesh Dubey has bowled 2.2 overs, has given 12 runs and got 2 wickets. Very economical considering the current situation. 5.14. Ramit Gupta, 2 overs, 21 runs, a little expensive, 10.5. The DRS review and the batsman has been given not out. So two new batsmen at the crease. The match is well poised here now. A well tossed up ball. The batsman jabs at it towards the point region. Fielded, no runs been scored here. The next ball coming in, a quicker one in the cover region. No runs again been scored. So that's fantastic bowling. So last couple of overs has changed the entire scenario of the match. Kharghar, which was sailing wonderfully well, now find themselves scampering for runs. That's a well tossed ball. A stumping been done. The umpire has asked for a review. That's an appeal for a stumping way. This over has, the last couple of overs has completely changed the way we're looking at the match. The Kharghar Kings were sailing all smooth. All of a sudden they find themselves at 131 for 5 in 13.4 overs. And the decision comes in. Kharghar Kings again lose 1 wicket here. So this over has been a fantastic one where they're losing wickets time and again. So Vipin Chaubey comes back to the pavilion without disturbing the scorers. So Kharghar Kings are now facing 131 runs at 6 at the end of 14 overs. At the end of 14 overs, Kharghar Kings are 131 for 6. So they need another 66 runs in the next 6 overs. And they have 2 new batsmen at the crease. Brijesh Kothari is yet to face a ball, same with Pratik Pandit, who has just walked in. We see the next over coming in from the railway end. Another 6 overs to go. Field being adjusted for Brijesh. One of the batsmen has to take the initiative and get the ball rolling. Let's see what we see now. Brijesh just places the ball in the cover region and no runs have been scored here. Brijesh to face the next ball. That's an inside edge. Lucky Brijesh, and the ball rolls over in the fine leg region. A Chinese cut, I would say, and that goes on for a boundary. A welcome boundary for Kharghar Kings. After a long time, comes in from Brijesh Kothari. An inside edge, the ball rolls down the area, and Brijesh scores a boundary for himself and the team. The next ball. Brijesh just places it in the mid-wicket region, and the batsmen scamper themselves for a single. So Brijesh moves on to 5 from the 3 balls that he has faced. Kharghar Kings now require 61 runs of the 33 balls. They're currently at 136 for 6. There's still a little confusion in the Kharghar Kings. Brijesh wanted to go for a single, Pratik refusing it. Lucky Brijesh, he's made his ground. No damage done here. So the Kharghar Kings stand at 136 for 6 of the 14.4 overs that they have faced. That's a fantastic ball, a quicker one in the leg, and the batsman crossover for a single. So Pratik Pandit has opened his score. He's on 1, Brijesh on 5. These 2 batsmen need to make sure that the start given by the Kharghar Kings captain is capitalized. That's a slower one. Brijesh heaves it over the square long leg region for a mighty 6. This is what the Kharghar Kings are looking out at this point in time. They need a few such hits to the boundary which will take them over. Brijesh Kothari now jumps up to 11 of the 4. So 4 balls, 11 runs. Kharghar Kings. Kharghar Kings are at 143 for 6 in the 15 overs that they have faced. Kharghar King now require 54 runs in 30 balls. So this is what the equation currently stands at. The Ninjas need 4 wickets and the Kharghar King need 54 runs in 30 balls. We should be able to see a good contest between the bat and the ball now. The match evenly poised. The Ninjas have to get those 4 wickets or have to bowl wicket to wicket in order to make sure that they walk as winners of this match. At the same time, the Kharghar Kings need to make sure that they score at a decent pace and cross the line over. Attention mounting here and there. Field has been adjusted, fine tuning been done as we see the 16th over. And we have a wicket. That's an LBW decision. The on-field umpire has given it out and they've gone for a DRS. They've gone for the DRS and will wait. Everybody waits anxiously and patiently for the outcome. The Kharghars would be hoping that the wicket doesn't fall. At the same time, the Ninjas are very confident. They look a confident group, a different group altogether. In the last 2 to 3 overs, the match has completely changed its color. The Kharghar Kings were going really strong. It's apparently the pendulum has swung across. If they lose this particular wicket, they would be in a deep disarray. So the umpire is checking it for the DRS. The score stands at 143 as of now. The Kharghar Kings require 54 runs in 29 balls. That's the equation that stands now. The review is still in progress. We're just waiting for it. They're just checking with the DRS, just want to make sure that they are absolutely correct on the decisions.
और हीटिंग कर मार दो हिट रेड डाल दो आउट है सिग्नल दे दिया आउट है
And that's the confirmation coming in from the umpire. And that's another wicket that falls down for the Kharghar Kings.
क्या करना है रन और विकेट
Kharghar Kings now are at 143 for 7 at the end of 15.1 overs. The Kharghar King now require 54 runs from the 29 balls that they're about to face. At the same time, the Ninjas need 3 more wickets for the win.
LIN इम्पैक्ट नहीं है विकेट आउट हाँ वो बराबर है इम्पैक्ट नहीं है
The match is swinging to and fro. It's an exciting point. Oh, that's a bill scoop that's operational there. And the batsman with the very first ball takes a bill scoop, scoops it over, and gets a boundary for himself and his team. A well-deserved and a very welcome boundary there as far as the Kharghar Kings are concerned. So Pradeep Patil, the very first ball that he faced, has gone for a boundary. That's a wide ball. The ball pitched outside leg stump, still going down the leg line. Well collected by the wicketkeeper. However, it's a wide declared by the umpire, so that an extra run to the score. Pradeep Patil facing the next ball now. It's a stock delivery. Probably the bowler is trying to push the ball through. A little quicker one. In the bargain has loosed his line and length. Is going down the leg and pushing it further down leg. So that's a wide, another extra run to the total. This is unnecessary runs been given out. Another quicker one. Pradeep just rocks back and drives it on the heave, and it reaches the boundary in the deep. It goes for a 4. It's a tossed up ball. The batsman trying to run the ball through the third man region, misses it completely. It's collected by the wicketkeeper. Now the score stands at 148. The next ball of the over. Again the batsman rocks back, pulls it down towards the leg boundary and is fielded there at the boundary region. A single been scored there. End of the over. We now see a signal coming in from the umpire for power play. So the Kharghar Kings now need 43 runs of the last 4 overs. We see another change coming in from the railway end. Last 4 overs now. We are at 154 for 7. The Kharghar Kings need 43 runs from the last 4 overs. They've already taken the power play now. So next 2 overs would be power plays. Oh, sir. The batsman trying to run the ball down in the third man area, and the wicket keeper seems to have hit by the bat. No runs been scored there. The next delivery. Again, the ball been pitched in the middle off region. The batsman tried to get it in through the point region. Fielded there by the deep point fielder. No run scored again. The Kharghar Kings desperately need to have some boundaries here now. That's driven all along the carpet for a single in the short leg region. Rajesh now on strike. That's a short ball. Rajesh just rocks back and pulls it in the deep mid-wicket region. Fielded there by the fielder. No runs been scored. Rajesh trying to reach to the boundary. The power play is on. So let's see what the next ball Rajesh does. Again tries to hit it. And the ball rolls over the deep square leg region for a boundary, a welcome boundary. This is what something that is needed by the Kharghar Kings. Rajesh just trying to make sure that they're still in the hunt for the kill. The next ball, a tossed up delivery, just nudges it in the mid-off region for a single. And that's the end of the over. The first power play over is done. They now need 37 runs from 18 balls. It's a scorching heat out there. We see a small break coming in this scorching sun. End of 17 overs. The Kharghar Kings are 160 for 7. They need 37 runs in the next 18 balls. 3 overs and 37 runs. They are currently scoring at 9.41 runs. Pradeep Patel is on 10 of the 8 balls that he has faced. Vijesh Kothari is on 16 of the 7 balls that he has faced. We see a change here again from the pavilion end. Rajesh Dubey has already bowled 4 overs, 1 maiden, 18 runs and 3 wickets. That's an economy of 4.5. That's an excellent bowling numbers, excellent bowling figures as far as the situation is concerned. We usually don't see this in T20s. That's on the up. The fielder tried to grab the catch in the cover region, fails to do so. However, the batsman crossover for a single. An excellent try. The fieldman ran from the cover region to the extra cover region to grab it. However, was unsuccessful. However, he saved a certain boundary. So he saved around 3 runs for his team. The next ball, Pradeep Patil tries to have the reverse sweep come into the picture, edges the ball and is caught by the wicketkeeper. So that's another wicket going down for the Kharghar Kings, and they desperately now need somebody, a miracle probably, to make sure that they win this match. That's the 8th wicket down for the Kharghar Kings. So Kharghar Kings are now at 161 for 8 in 17.2 overs. They now need 36 runs of the 16 balls remaining. At the same time, the Ninjas will need 2 wickets to win the match. The ball going down the leg just brushed the pads of the batsman, well collected by the wicketkeeper. A half-hearted appeal just to divert the umpire's intention. Umpire quite smart enough to judge that. And that's a slow one right in the middle, and that the castle is fallen down. The stumps have been broken, and that's the end of the innings for the batsmen. That's the 9th wicket falling down here for the Kharghar Kings. It now seems to be a Herculean task for the Kharghar Kings to win this match. At the same time, the Ninjas are on the roll. The scoreboard now is 161 for 9 in 17.4 overs. So that's 36 runs more needed in the 14 balls.
Next match का batsman ready है. We'll start immediately.
We request both the teams of the next match to be ready, as we will start immediately as this match ends. Thank you. It's another slower one going down the leg, wrapped on the pads. A half-hearted appeal, the ball going down the leg, denied by the umpire. The scoreboard stays where it was. Nothing has been changed. No runs been scored here. And the last ball of the power play comes into the picture now. Another good try by the bowler, was trying to get it on the legs. The batsman gets an inside edge and the ball goes in the deep square leg lesion for a boundary. And that's a welcome boundary again for the Kharghar Kings.
A boundary been scored at the last
by
ball of
playing
the
11
power
over.
play.
Farhan by playing
End of
11
18 overs, the score is at 165 for 9. Kharghar Kings now need 32 runs of the last 12 balls that are remaining.
हाँ आराम से जीत जाते थे एकदम
The score is at 165 for 9 of the 18 overs. Kharghar Kings require 32 runs of the last 12 balls. They just have 1 wicket remaining. The Ninjas need 1 wicket for the win. We'll see the 19th over in progress now. It's a tossed up delivery. Brijesh tries to heaves it over the long off boundary. Caught there at the long off boundary. That's the end of the innings for Kharghar Kings. And that's the winning moment for the Ninjas. A well deserved, well played Ninja team wins this match comprehensively of the Kharghar Kings. At the start, it was a gut feeling that the Kharghar Kings would cross over very smoothly. However, in the 12th and 13th over, the pendulum suddenly swung the Ninjas' way, and they are now the winners of this particular match. Great sportsman spirit showed across by both the teams. A complete request and a complete respect been shown towards the game and towards the players.
लूजिंग कैप्टन और वो उसका एक शॉट नहीं लेगा ना बट ऐसे लोग तो लोग तैयार होते हैं इस तरफ ले लो इस तरफ कैमरा
We now are into the presentation ceremony. We have the losing captain with us. We are doing great, fantastic. बहुत अच्छा चल रहा था. Apparently, where do you think you lost the momentum?
एक्चुअली हम लोग अच्छा खेले और अपोजिट टीम ने बहुत अच्छा क्रिकेट खेला. हमारी भी टीम बहुत अच्छी थी और अच्छा चेस कर रहे थे हम लोग. एक दो तीन चार विकेट एक ओवर में जल्दी गए, उसकी वजह से हम मैच हारे. वो हमारा एक मेन पॉइंट था हारने का.
Nonetheless, the innings were well poised. जब आपने शुरू किया था तो अराउंड 4 ओवर में आपने 50 रन कर लिए थे. तो उसके बाद कुछ स्ट्रैटेजी थी, कैसे अचीव करना है कुछ?
जो भी स्ट्रेटेजी थी उसके हिसाब से ही मैच हो रहा था, बट उन्होंने कहा अच्छी बॉलिंग डाली, एक दो डिसीजन हमारे फेवर में नहीं आए, वो भी एक कारण है हमारी हार का, बट वी प्लेड गुड क्रिकेट और आखिर में क्रिकेट का ही जीत हुआ.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Can I have the winning captain here, please? We have the winning captain here. Heartiest congratulations. Very well played. The team deserved it. Initially, what was the thought that was going through? The batting went well. How about the batting piece?
Yes, we lost the toss. We had a plan to bowl first as well, but that is not in our hand. So we thought we are batting first. We have to put a good total because Khargar have a good batsman, topper batsman, and you could see they have scored like somewhere around 110 run in first 10 overs. But fortunately, our bowlers took 2 key wickets and bring us back in the match.
Great. What were the thought when you actually went down there for bowl? You once got the total up on the scoreboard. What was the thought? What was the strategy against the batting side?
We had a good total to defend, so 200 is not an easy target to chase first of all for any batsman. But the way they started, we were under pressure. We just planned to bowl in the right areas, no miss fielding, and go for the opportunities and grab the moment.
Fantastic. So, what was the moment where you thought that this is the turning point of the match, where you find yourself, as you said, no, first 10 overs you were not under tremendous pressure. However, around 12 or 13 overs where they lost around 2 to 3, 4 wickets around there, was that the turning point of the match?
Well, the turning point was when Rajesh Dubey bowled the Digvijay, who was playing so good. So that was the turning moment for us. That wicket bring us to the game, and we finished it very well.
All right. Thank you so very much for your time. Congratulations again for your team and yourself. Can I have the man of the match, Azan, over here? Can I request Mr. Rajesh to be presenting the man of the match award to Mr. Azan, a well-deserved man of the match award. A fantastic, well-played innings, well-placed innings, laced with a lot of humongous sixes and humongous fours. So, Mr. Azan, your thoughts on your innings?
Nothing much really, like for this match we were discussing with the opponent from last 1 month कि हम जीतेंगे मेरे घर पे ही हम साथ में बैठते थे चैलेंज लगती थी तो बस वही रीजन था कि ओपोनेंट टीम के कैप्टन अभी दिखाई नहीं दे रहे चेंज करके घर जाने के लिए तो एट द एंड शाम को हम सब साथ में करेंगे।
आपकी इनिंग्स जो आपने प्लेस की बहुत बेहतरीन इनिंग्स थी, टावरिंग सिक्सेस, ऐसे लग रहा था कि आप मैदान में उतरे तो सिर्फ 4 और 6 मारने के लिए जैसे इंजमामुल हक किया करते थे।
मेरा रोल ये टीम में यही है कि मैं आफ्टर 10 ओवर्स मिडल ऑर्डर में बैटिंग को जाऊँ और रन रेट स्पीड करके आऊँ, मतलब स्कोर बोर्ड पे थोड़ा रन दे के आओ, भले मैं 2 ओवर खेलूँ या 10 ओवर खेलूँ। तो मैंने अपना जॉब किया, उसकी वजह से टीम को अच्छा टोटल मिला डिफेंड करने के लिए।
आप मतलब डिसाइड करते हैं एज पर द बॉल या फिर आप पहले से प्री मेडिटेट करते हैं कि मुझे इसको 6 मारना है या इसको 4 मारना है, ऐसे कुछ?
शॉट्स तो प्री मेडिटेड नहीं होते, खाली प्री मेडिटेड माइंड में ये रहता है कि मुझे जाके फास्ट खेलना है, बाकी शॉट तो बॉल के हिसाब से खेलता हूँ।
शुक्रिया आजान भाई,
थैंक्स अ लॉट।
वेल प्लेड सर, थैंक यू सो मच। This was the presentation as far as this match was concerned. A fantastically well-deserved, well-played match that we saw today morning. Both the teams were playing great. They held the cricket spirit. Hopefully you enjoyed this presentation. This is Nilesh signing off. Thank you so very much. Bye-bye.
The two openers, Ajay Badode and Kedar Joshi. That's first scoring shot from Ajay towards the third man for an easy single. Shoaib Qureshi bowling from the NMMC office end. Second ball of the first inning. That's again nicely bowled, swinging outside the off stump, and no runs taken. And good bowling from Sohail Qureshi, bowling from the NMMC office end. That was a wide delivery signal by the umpire. 2 runs on the board for Bombay Blues. And again, good bowling from Sohail. No runs taken. That's the line what Sohail would be looking at to bowl. No rooms for the batsman. Kedar Joshi played the 2 balls, no runs for him. Ajay on the non-strike end. A wild swing and a miss from Kedar Joshi. No runs added to the total. Supernova won the toss and elected to field first. It was an exciting game in the morning between Navi Mumbai Ninjas and Cargo Kings. Navi Mumbai Ninja won the match. A slight shuffle of the leg side towards square leg for an easy 2 runs for Kedar Joshi. 5 runs on the board, last ball to go of the first over. As up in the air, chance of a catch for Diwakar, but it's gone all the way to the boundary. That's 4 runs for Kedar Joshi. That's good start given by him. 9 runs of the very first over from Sohail Qureshi. Now we'll see Diwakar Bhatt to bowl from the railway track end. Diwakar Bhatt bowling from the railway track end. There was a chance of a catch, but dropping short of Saurabh Singh. Kedar was checking his shot, not playing with his full face bat. Again in the gap, and it is going all the way to the boundary. 4 runs for Kedar Joshi towards deep mid wicket. After the end of 2, the score is 18 for no loss. Good start for Team Bombay Bulls. Suhail Qureshi to continue from the NMMC office end. Ajay will be facing Suhail. Ajay is batting on 2, Kedar on 14. Current run rate is of 9 per over.
शॉट है यार, शॉट है।
As again in the gap towards long on for a boundary. 4 runs by Ajay Badode. He's batting on 6. Swing and a miss. That's good bowling from Sohail. That's up in the air and going all the way. A biggie, 6 for Ajay Badode over deep square leg. Ajay is batting on 12, Kedar on 14, a partnership of 28 runs between Ajay and Kedar. After the strategic move from Farhan from the last game, these two openers have given them a good start and almost they won the last game just at the last over. They could not cross the boundary line. Diwakar Bhatt to continue from the railway track end. 29 runs of the first 3 overs. That's up in the air and good catch by Gufran. That's first wicket down for Bombay Bulls and a breakthrough from Diwakar Bhatt. The new batsman in is Vishal Raman. He will be on strike facing Diwakar Bhatt. Partnership of 31 runs coming to an end between Kedar and Ajay. There was an appeal for leg before wicket. A single. That's nicely played off the pads and it's gone all the way to the boundary. A single to end the fourth over. The score is now 37 for 1. And that's the end of the first power play. Now the second power play of 2 overs to be taken after the 10th over. Kedar batting on 20, Vishal on 1. Gaurav and Jay enjoying their company in the dugout. Jay and Viru. Jay और वीरू की जोड़ी from Bombay Bulls. है तो दोनों वीरू लेकिन जय कौन है इसमें लंबा किसका है हाइट Sohail to continue with his third over from the NMMC office end. Kedar on 20. That's nicely played towards the cover. Slight misfield by Nikhil, but no runs taken. That's good fielding from Nikhil. Nikhil is playing his second game of the day, plus Hanif Bhai. Both are playing back-to-back matches. Score is 38 for 1 after 4.1 over. Off the patch, waiting for the signal of the umpire. They're running too. That's good running, and there's a chance of a run out, but batsman in the safe zone, and 2 leg byes signaled by the umpire. Score now moving to 40. That's again in the gap, and well fielded by Diwakar, saving a certain boundary and just giving away a single. That's good fielding from Diwakar Bhatt. He started with a wicket in his very first over of Ajay Badode. Good catch taken by Gufran. That's the line what Sohail would like to bowl at a consistent length. No run of his fourth ball. Score is now 41 for 1. With the current run rate, the projected score is 175. That's up in the air towards third man, and just a single. That's good fielding from the third man fielder. The last ball of the fifth over coming from the NMMC office end. Kedar on 22, Vishal Raman on 2. That's again in the gap, and the result is a boundary. 4 runs for Vishal Raman to end the over. Now the score is 46 for 1 after the end of fifth over. Now if you see the leaderboard for individual team, in the battings leaderboard, Ajay Badode is on number 1, Kedar Joshi on 2 with 109 runs in 6 game, Ajay 130 runs, Karthik 87, and on the 4th spot is none other than Gaurav Vats with his brilliant 73, an average of 18.25 and a strike rate of 83.91. And then we have on the 5th spot is Vishal Raman with 48 runs. And 6th spot, surprisingly, it is none other than Captain Farhan Sheikh. 5 matches, 33 runs for him. Score is now 46 after the end of 5 overs. Now we'll see change. We see Parakshit, change of a rule for Parakshit today. He will be bowling. And under the bowlers leaderboard for Bombay Bulls, Kaustubh is the leading wicket taker for Bombay Bulls with 4 wickets in 5 games. That's a flighted delivery and no ball signal, and it's a boundary as well. It was a loosener from Parikshit, just above the eye line of the batsman, going all the way towards the deep mid wicket for a boundary, and that's 50 up for Team Bombay Bulls in the 5th over. Akshay Jain is on the 2nd spot, Farhan Sheikh on the 3rd spot. And in the fielding department for Bombay Bulls, Ajay Badode with 5 dismissals, 3 catches for him and 2 run-outs. Again a full toss and slightly change of angle, and the result is a boundary for Kedar Joshi. And that's second 30 for Kedar Joshi in this tournament. So, and in the fielding zone for the 2nd spot is Gauravats with 4 catches in just 6 matches. So he has shown that he is a good fielder as well. Vishal Raman with 3 dismissals. He is on 4th spot, and Kedar on 3rd and 4th spot. That's the line what Parikshit would be looking to bowl at. 30 runs for Kedar in just 19 balls. That's again nicely slashed shot, but straight in the hands of Divakar. No runs taken. 2 dot balls for Parikshit. Again a similar shot towards the square, and a single taken by Kedar. Kedar is now on 31, Vishal on 6, total 10 runs of this over. A legitimate delivery by Parikshit, just 10 runs of the first 5 balls for Parikshit. That was an inside out shot from Vishal, and after the end of 6 overs the score is 57 for 1. So the most valuable player for Bombay Bulls in the top 3 spots are number 1 Ajay Badode, second is captain Farhan Sheikh, and on 3rd number is Vishal Raman. That's the individual stats for Team Bombay Bulls. For Team Supernova, Hanif Sheikh is the number 1 batsman with 142 runs in just 3 games. And Gufran Siddiqui, the number 1 bowler for Supernova, 6 wickets for him.
कार्तिक बॉलर का नाम क्या है? प्रवीण.
Change of bowler from the NMMC office end. It's Praveen bowling to Vishal Raman. He's batting on 7. A good start from Praveen. Start with a dot ball, no runs taken. 57 for loss of 1. That's up in the air over the head of the player and going all the way for a big 6 towards deep mid wicket. Score is 63 for 1. Cheeky single for Vishal and Kedar. Score moving to 64 for 1. Currently, both the batsmen are dealing in singles as well as intermittent boundaries and sixes in between the over. Kedar on 32. And again, it's towards the long on field, and yes, that's good catch by the long on fielder.
Fielder name?
फील्डर नेम क्या है? शरण. Shehzad. That was first catch for Shehzad in this game. Shehzad Shraf.
अरे कल खेल रहे कि नहीं?
$65 for 2 after the end of 6.5 overs. New batsman in is Karthik. Kedar batting on 32. Score is now 65 for 2. A slight misfield from Captain Sora and an easy single for Karthik. After the end of 7, the score is 66 for 2. Parikshit to continue with his second over. That's gone all the way to the boundary. 4 runs for Karthik towards deep cover. And that's gone all the way to the boundary. 4 runs for Kedar Joshi. Again in the gap for Kedar Joshi and another boundary for him. With that boundary, he reaches to his second 40 in just 2 games. He's batting on 40 of just 25 balls. Has got 2 runs for Parikshit, 15 runs of the 8th over. The score is now 81 for 2. Nicely played off the pad towards deep fine leg, and it's gone all the way to the boundary. 4 runs. That's 85 for 2. Kedar Leather Juhu, Cricket Juhu, that is his surname, Karthik's surname. पहला और 2 है ना? Sorry, 87 for 2. That's again in the gap towards cover. A single for Kedar Cricket Leather Juhu. Change in the bowling attack from the railway track end. Gufran Siddiqui bowling to Kedar on 44. And some misfield by Praveen, and that's 2-1 for Kedar Joshi. He's .47 for Kedar Joshi. The score is 94 for 2. Bombay Bulls. That's good start for Bombay Bulls. Karthik Leather Cricket Juhu batting on 14 of just 7 balls. Kedar on 47. That's a biggie over the long on, and That's 100 up for Team Bombay Bulls in just 9.3 overs. That was a wonderful big shot as of Karthik's name. Karthik Leather Cricket Jo. Biggest name in this players list. He is the only batsman to have the big name. That's again a biggie straight towards the side screen, and the result is a big 6 for Karthik Leather Cricket Jo. 9 ball 26 for Karthik. Kedar Joshi on 47. That's slight misfield, and the result is a boundary for Karthik, and that's making him the first 30 of this season. 110 for loss of 2 after the end of 10 overs. And so far this is the good start ever by Bombay Bulls in this championship, and this is the way what Farhan would have been looking to see his team perform. And Ajay is in good nick, so as Kedar Joshi. And now seeing back Karthik in form of just 11 ball, he has scored 30 runs. Still have Jay Khanna, Gaurav, Kaustubh, a long batting lineup to come.
महाशिवरात्रि बनाए रहेंगे, लेके नहीं जाते महाशिवरात्रि बनाए रहेंगे ना मजबूत। हाँ।
Nikhil Lekhi. That's in the gap for Kedar Joshi, and that's well fielded from Diwakar. And what a way to bring his 50. 50 for Kedar Joshi. First 50 of this season for Kedar Joshi in Navi Mumbai Premier League. Kedar bhai, दोनों तरफ बैट दिखा दो. It was a good knock from Kedar Joshi of just 31 ball. Karthik is batting on 30 of 11 balls. The score is 114 for 2. Nikhil Lekhi bowling his second ball of this over. That's up in the air, and that's a good catch by Praveen Veti. And that's good bowling from Nikhil Lekhi. Wicket for him of the very second ball of his over. It's 3 wickets down for Bombay Bulls. New batsman in is Rahul Chamblu. He was man of the match in the previous encounter. That was a cracking shot from Rahul. That was in the air for Saurabh. He tried hard, but no luck for Saurabh. Ball travelling all the way to the boundary. 4 runs. That's good bowling from Nikhil Rekhi. A single to end the over. After the end of 11 overs, the score is 121 for 3. A good over from Nikhil. Took a wicket of Kedar Joshi, the man in form, scored 51 runs. Shehzad starts with a wide delivery. Score is now 122. It's boundary for Rahul. One 29 for 3 after 11.3 overs. And that's good running from Rahul. A wide and a single. Umpire is wide or with bat. A single. over the back foot point field, and the result is the boundary. 4 runs for Rahul Chambaloon. Score is 134 for 3 after the end of 12 overs. One 34 for 3. That's nice. That's good fielding from Saurav. Seeing a one-handed fielding from Saurav. Saving 2 runs for the team. Score is now 136 for 3. Karthik batting on 33. It's up in the air, chance for Diwakar. Oh, good attempt from Diwakar. Almost it stuck in his hand, and that was a good effort from Diwakar. Just giving away a single. Karthik getting one more life in his inning of 34. Rahul playing on 17 of just 9 balls. Good start for Bombay Bulls. Good slow run and nicely picked up by Karthik and going all the way. A biggie 6 towards long on, and with that big 6, the score is 143 for 3 after the end of 13 overs. 34. Solo ball. 16 ball, 34 for Karthik. Rahul 23 of 11 balls. As nicely played, and the result is a boundary for Rahul Chambloon. Back to back two boundaries in this over. The score is 146 for 3. Rahul batting on 22. Karthik Leather Jew cricket and 38 of 17 balls. Score is 146 for 3. Karthik batting on 38, Rahul on 22. Score is 147 for 3 after 13.3. It's an appeal for leg before egg. Score is 147 for 3. स्कोर इज 147 for 3. 4 बॉल हुए ना, 2 बाउंड्री 1 सिंगल, अंपायर लिया है क्या? Score is 147 for 3. Checking for the review. Score is 147 for 3. To go. That's single for Karthik. Team score is now 148 for 3. Rahul batting on 23. Karthik on 39 of 19 balls. That and end of Sohail Qureshi's spell. He has bowled 4 over for 37 runs. After the end of 14, the score is 148 for 3. Last 6 overs to go, 36 balls of this innings. Praveen is brought into the attack from the NMMC office end. Praveen has bowled 2 overs before this over, and now he will be bowling his 3rd over, and now it's a power play. Team Bombay Bulls have taken the 2nd batting power play of 2 overs, so 15th and 16th over would be the power play. Karthik batting on 39. Karthik's highest score is 51. He has 150 for Karthik in his career of 26 matches. Total score he has scored is 320 out of 20 innings. A change of bowler, it's Diwakar and starts with the wide ball. Off the back foot, and that's nicely placed in the gap, and the result is a boundary. 4 runs for Karthik, and the team has scored 150 of 153 for 3 of 14.1 overs. Karthik is batting on 43 of 20 balls. It's up in the air, chance of a catch. That's being dropped by Karthik. Good effort, he covered a lot, but at the last moment it just fumbled out of his hand, and that's 2 runs taken by Karthik. Karthik is batting on 45. Can he get in a style with a big 6 over the long on and for his 50? 155 for 3. That's up in the air again, and dropping short of. That's gone all the way. 4 runs. That's a boundary. 4 runs. That's 49 for Karthik Leather Cricket Juhu. That is full name. That's good bowling from Diwakar. That's nicely gliding the ball towards square leg, and that's first 50 for Karthik in this tournament. That's first 50. His highest score is 51. That 160 for 3 after 14.5 overs. Rahul batting on 23. Karthik on 50. Just 24 ball. That's fastest 50 for Karthik from Bombay Bulls end for. That's again changing the angle, and the result is a boundary for Rahul Chambloon towards long on. 16 runs of this over after the end of 15. The score is 164 for 3. Bombay Bulls are cruising at the moment. Last 30 balls to go. .166 for 3. Karthik on 51 equals his highest ever score, individual score. Rahul on 28. Ball drifting towards long off fielder, and the result is a boundary for slide misfield, and the result is a boundary for Karthik.
60 हो गया.
174 for 3. One 76 for 3. 16 over 176 for 3. Bowler is Praveen Whitey. He is bowling his third over. That's a biggie from Karthik. And that's a wicket as well for Praveen. That's clean bowl. Good bowling from Praveen, hitting the stump, and a good knock of 29 coming to end from Rahul Chabloon. And new batsman in is none other than Aditya Rao. After the end of 17, the score is 187 for 4. One 187 for 3. Sorry, 4. After the end of 17. That's gone all the way to the boundary. 4 runs for Aditya Rao. And that's free hit for Aditya Rao. Can we see one more boundary from Aditya? So the covers field. Good feeling from Gufran. Settling for a single. Good slow delivery, deceiving the batsman. .197 for 4. Still 2 balls to go of this over. Yes, nicely pulled by Karthik towards mid wicket, and that's a boundary. That's 200 up for Team Bombay Bulls in 18th over. 200. Can Karthik score his 50? He is 25 runs away and still 12 balls to go. So Karthik is batting on 75. He is 25 runs short of his maiden century. Score is 202 for 4 after the end of 18. Karthik is 25 runs short of his maiden century. 12 balls remaining of this inning. आ जाओ, 2 ओवर है तो ये बॉल बाकी है, आ जाओ. It's a coincidence that Aditya and MS Dhoni belong to the same city of Ranchi. He's being born and brought up in Ranchi, Aditya Rao, and his favorite wicketkeeper batsman is MS Dhoni. And his jersey number is 7 as well. This is the 19th over coming up from Divakar. He has bowled 3 overs for 33 and a wicket for him. There's a chance of a run out for Partha. Partha missed it. That's 2 runs for Aditya. That's up in the air, and from Captain SHARE. Aditya got out to Diwakar. That was his second wicket. New batsman in, Jai Khanna, a left-handed batsman. Slight field changes. Jai has scored 72 runs in 10 games and his highest score is 20. Karthik batting on 75 with 9 boundaries and 3 sixes. Jai Khanna will be on strike facing Diwakar. Diwakar, so far he has 2 scalp in the form of Ajit and now Aditya. A factor was common with his both wickets. There was a chance of a wicket. That's a wicket, leg before wicket. Decision given as out. Good bowling from Diwakar and a review taken immediately by Jai Khanna. New batsman in, Farhan Sheikh. It's good bowling from Diwakar. That's good over coming to an end from Diwakar. 4 overs, 35 for 3. Just 2 runs and 2 wickets in this over by Diwakar. Last over of the inning. And it's a wicket in the form of a run out. New batsman in is Gaurav Vats. And that's another wicket. 2 run outs, back to back 2 run outs. The handy knock of 75 from Karthik coming to an end. And 2 run outs in 2 balls. New batsman in is Kaustubh Kelkar. Slight misfield by Nikhil. They ran 2. Score is 208 for 8. Again, falling down, they're running 2. Oh, they're saving for single. The score is now 209. Last ball of this inning. They're running 2. That's 2 runs taken to end the innings. After the end of 20 overs, the score is 211. 212 is the target for Team Supernova. That's an amazing shot from Nikhil. That's gone all the way to the boundary line, and it's a biggie. First big hit for Nikhil. So that's the start they would require. At least 12 runs per over is the asking rate. 11.2. That is a cracking shot from Nikhil LIKE. A 6 and followed up with a boundary. A cracking one towards the deep point. Ten runs on the board for Team Supernova. 212 runs is the target. Nice flick of the pad towards, and that's a miswheel, and the result is a boundary. 4 runs. 14 runs for Nikhil LIKE. That's the end of first over. The score is 14 for no loss. And that's a biggie from Captain Saurabh Singh. 6. A nice swing of the bat, and the result is a big 6 over the long on field. Kaustubh Kelkar is going for the runs in the first 2 balls. That's again a similar looking shot, and that's gone all the way to the boundary. 4 runs. That's the kind of start what Supernova. Three boundaries for Nikhil Lekhi. 26 runs of just 9 balls. Can he get to the fastest 50 of just 12 balls? 3 boundaries in 3 balls of Alok Bide. That's up in the air. Chance of a catch for Karthik, but landing in the no man's land. Single of the 4th ball. Saurabh batting on 15 of 12 balls. 169 required of 98 balls. That's nicely guided towards the 3rd man, and the result is a boundary. 4 runs. 47 for no loss after 3.5 overs. Saurabh Singh, 19 for him, and Nikhil on 27. That's the end of 4th over and the power play. The score is 47 for no loss. 165 needed in 96 balls. 10.3 runs per over is the requirement. Farhan to continue with his 2nd over from the railway track end. Up in the air, and that's a drop chance. And that's a boundary and life for Nikhil Lekhi. And quick fire 31 for Nikhil of just 12, and that's 50 of for Team Supernova. 51 for no loss of 4.2 overs. That's up in the air, but landing safely. Both the batsmen got 2 lives. Both Nikhil and Saurabh. 50-run partnership between Nikhil and Saurabh of just 4.3 overs. That was a cracking shot from Saurabh Singh straight towards the long off fielder for a single. 6 runs of the first 4 balls. 2 chances were made by Farhan, but fielders did not support him. Fifth ball of this over to be bowled by Farhan to Nikhil. Ball hitting the pads. Shout for a leg before wicket, but turned down by the umpire. Score is 53 for no loss. Last ball of this over. Just 6 runs coming off this over. Single for Nikhil. Nikhil was checking his shot, was in a double mind, and then tapping the ball towards long off for a single. After the end of 5, the score is 54 for no loss. Ajay Badori to bowl his second over. There was a chance of a stumping for keeper, and stumping is missed as well as the ball, and is gone all the way to the boundary. 4 runs in by, signaled by the umpire. '58. That's good bowling from Nicely pulled by Nikhil towards deep square for a single. 59 for no loss. Saurabh Singh batting on 20, Nikhil on 34. Sixth over is running. That's well read by the. That's being dropped. That's another life for Saurabh Singh, second in this match. Getting a top edge. That's good bowling from. Good bowling from Ajay Badode, giving away 6 runs in this over. After the end of 6, the score is 60 for no loss. 152 runs in 84 balls. 11 runs per over is the requirement. Six over 60. Saurabh Singh playing on 21. Nikhil on 34. Single for Nikhil. Short of a length and nicely pulled by Nikhil. There's chance of 2 runs. He's settling for a single. 64 for no loss. After the end of 7, the score is 65 for no loss. Score is 66. White ball. White plus +1. +67. तो 68. 7.2 overs. And that's a biggie.
चौथा बॉल तो बोल रहा अंडू को।
पहला सिंगल, दूसरा वाइड +1 था, ठीक है, तो एक ही बॉल, दूसरा डॉट, तीसरा डॉट, अभी और एक सिक्स था, 4 बॉल हो गए, 2 विकेट।
74. Still 2 balls to go. Saurav is on strike. That's good catch from Aditya Rao. A good knock of 31 coming to an end from Captain Saurav Singh. And that's good catch from Aditya Rao. New batsman in is Diwakar, but will be on strike. There was a wicket for Ajay. Good catch taken by Aditya Rao. Good call at the end. Last ball of the 8th over. The score is 74 for 1.
आज चाय किसी ने पिया नहीं था। कल से भी छाछ हो गया, चाय का गर्मी आ गया ना, कल से छाछ लेके आता।
Diwakar is on strike facing Ajay. Last ball of the 8th over. That's the end of the 8th over. The score is 74 for 1. A partnership of 74 coming to an end. 8 overs. 72 balls, 138 run is the requirement for Team Supernova. 9 wickets in hand for Team Supernova. Six of the very first ball of the over for Nikhil. He's batting on 42 of just 22 balls. Team score is 80 for loss of 1. 71 balls and 132 is the requirement for Team Supernova. And that's a boundary for Nikhil towards long off. 10 runs of the first 3 balls. And that's a wicket caught behind from Aditya Rao. It has been a good knock from Nikhil Lekhi of 42, coming to an end. And that's good bowling from Vishal Raman. New batsman in is Rahul Shukla. Rahul will be on strike facing Vishal Raman. 10 runs of this over and a wicket. That's the end of the 9th over. Score is 84 for 2. Pull from Diwakar towards square leg for a single. Rahul will be on strike facing Kaustubh Kelkar from the railway track end. Nicely pulled by Rahul towards deep mid wicket for single. 126 required in 64 balls. Played off the back foot by Diwakar. They are running 2. Yes, they will. And that's quick running between wicket by Diwakar and Rahul. 2 runs at it. Team score is now 88 for 2 after 9.3 overs. What a lovely catch. This was a quicker run and a good catch by Jay Khanna. It's really stuck in the hands of Jay Khanna. That was his 6th catch of the tournament by Jay Khanna. Quicker delivery from Kaustubh Kelkar. Karthik Iyer will be on strike. '89 for 3. After the end of 10, the score is 90 for 3. 6 runs and a wicket in this over. Now, this equation is 122 runs required of 60 balls. 12 plus runs per over. Good running by Rahul and Karthik. 2 runs taken off this over. 92 for 3. 120 required of 59 balls. Karthik and Rahul are in the middle. Rahul batting on 4, Karthik on 1. Farhan with his second ball. That nicely guiding the ball towards third man, and easy runs for Rahul. 93 for 3 of 10.2 overs. No runs of the third ball. Karthik playing on 1. That's up in the air towards long off, and the result is a boundary. 4 runs for Rahul. Sorry, it's Karthik.
सात रन आया ना ये ओवर में.
After the end of 11, the score is 97 for 3. 54 balls, 115 runs required. 13 runs per over. 1 or 2 overs from more than 15 or 20 runs can change the equation for Team Supernova. So 1 or 2 big overs. 13 runs required per over. From here on, Rahul is on strike, facing Kaustubh Kelkar. Kaustubh was bowled 2 overs for 17 runs and a wicket for Kaustubh. Or it's a change in the bowler. It will be Alok Bhide. "97 for 3. "99 for 3. 113 required of 54 balls. Alok Bhide to bowl from the railway track end. You see a change in the field. Long on, long off. Short third man, short fine leg. We are nearing to a sunset, so captain to take a note of that. It's already 5:30. That's 100 up for Team Supernova on the 12th over. 100 for loss of 3 from 11.1 over. Karthik batting on 7, Rahul on 6. That's by signal. 102 for 3. 3 runs of this over. That's an inside edge ball going towards short. That gone all the way towards fine leg for a boundary. 4 runs towards deep fine leg. After the end of 12, the score is 106 for 3. Karthik batting on 12, Rahul on 6. Requirement is 106 runs in 48 balls. Vishal Raman to bowl his third over. Single of the first ball from Vishal. Karthik will be on strike. He's batting on 12. Wide signal. Score is now 108 for 3. 47 balls to go. There's another wide ball. 3 runs so far of the very first ball. $109 for 3. That's a biggie. 6 over the long off field, and that's Karthik Iyer. 115 for 3. That was a biggie from Karthik Iyer, sailing all the way 80 meters. Another one, he was trying to weave over the longer field, but not able to connect. 9 runs so far of the first 3 balls. And that's completely squared up the batsman. Good follow-up, 2 deliveries from Vishal Raman after being hit for a big 6. Again, nicely guiding the ball towards third man, and the result is a boundary. 4 runs for Karthik Iyer towards third man. Karthik batting on 22. 119 runs of 12.5 overs with a loss of 3 wickets. 13 runs coming off this over. And another wide of this over. 124-3. Flighted delivery in the gap towards deep mid wicket. Are they running two? Yes, there is a chance of 2 runs, but Karthik settling with a single to end the over. 15 runs in this over from Vishal Raman. After the end of 13 overs, the score is 121 for 3. 91 runs required of 42 balls. (91 runs in 42 balls. 13 runs per over is the required runs for Team Supernova. We are closing down for the sunset. It is already 5:44. So request team to get on with the game. Still 7 overs to go. 122 for 4. That's good running by Karthik and Sohail. Still there is a chance of run. That's good fielding from Kaustubh Kelkar. 2 runs for Sohail. 124 for 4. 88 runs in 39 balls. Wide signal by the umpire. Score is now 125 for 4. That's another wide, and then good keeping from Aditya Rao. So far, his keeping has been good in this inning. He already has 2 catches to his name in this innings. 126 for 4. Coming down the track, a single for Sohail. Six run in this over. Good looking shot from Karthik, but a single that well fielded by by Ajay, then towards the long off. Last ball of the 14th over. Single to end the over. 129 for 4 at the end of 14 overs. Bowling team is requested to take a note of the sunset. We are nearing to sunset, so still 6 overs to go. We have to speed up the over rate. And now we see Rahul Chambaloon coming in up from the NMMC office end. He had a good outing with the bat. We have Sohail on strike, Karthik batting on 25. 46 ball, 83 runs required. Appeal for caught behind. A special review for caught behind. We're waiting for the conclusive video. The soft signal is not out, so we'll just have a look at the video, a close-in look. From both the angles, one from behind the stump and one from the front view as well. Our video is not that conclusive, but we will go with the umpire signal. A bat as well was hitting the wicket, so it's not out. We'll go with the umpire's decision. We had two sounds. Bat was also hitting in the video, so it's not that conclusive. So we'll go with the umpire's soft signal was not out. 83 in 35 balls. That's up in the air towards the mid-wicket region, and it's a wicket for Rahul Chambloon, and good catch taken by Vishal Raman.
बैट और एक साथ ही लगा मैं तो ले भी नहीं रहा था ठीक है ना है तो ले लो टाइम वेस्ट हो रहा है ना लेकिन गर्मी में थोड़ा 2-2 घंटा तो लगेगा मेरे को जहाँ तक लग रहा है गर्मी में है ना पब्लिक को पानी
New batsman in is Partha. He will be on non-strike end. Two dot ball and a wicket in this over. Score is 129 for 5. 83 runs required of 33 balls. Guiding the ball towards short third man, but no runs for Karthik. 4 balls without any run in this over and a wicket as well. 2 balls to go. A good slow one, nicely received the batsman. Nicely handled by Karthik at the last moment, just guiding the ball towards the back foot point, and easy single. 130 up for Team Supernova, 130 for 5. Still last ball to be bowled of the 15th over. Partha will be on strike. And at the end of 15th over, 2 runs and a wicket for Rahul Chambloon. 30 balls, 81 run required. 16 runs per over. For Nova need 16 runs per over. And at the power play, 16th and 17th over will be the batting power play. Second batting power play. Kaustubh Kelkar will be bowling his third over. 81 runs in 30 balls. Still hand for Team Supernova. Nicely played by Partha and gone all the way towards third man for a boundary. 77 in 29 balls. A swing and a miss by Partha. balls, 77 runs required. (136 for 5) after 15.4 overs. Karthik batting on 26 of 19 balls. Coming down the wicket and nicely played in the gap towards deep mid wicket, and the result is a boundary. 4 runs for Karthik. With that boundary, he is now playing on 30 of just 20 balls. 140 for 5. 72 runs required in 20 balls. A short ball, there is a chance. There was a chance for Alok Bide. Put down and 2 easy runs. So 11 runs coming of the first over of batting power play. Rahul Chambloon to bowl his second over. He has bowled 1 over for 2 runs and a wicket for him. Karthik batting on 32. (70 in 24 balls). (142 for 5). The good running by single for Partha. 143 for 5. That's a wide delivery. Another wide delivery. Karthik batting on 32 of just 21 balls. 145 for 5. Still 4 balls of power play remaining. Missed by the keeper. It's a wide and a single. (147 for 5). Still 4 balls to go on power play. 65 of 22 balls. (148). Trying to heave over the long on, but getting an inside edge. traveling all the way towards deep square leg, and it's a boundary. And that's 150 up, coming up for Team Supernova. 152 for 5. Still 2 balls to be bowled of this over. 36 for Karthik here. Karthik needs another 14 for his maiden 50 in this tournament. .153 for 5. Partha is on strike, facing that got hurt to Rahul, and easy single to end the over. 154 for 5. (18 balls, 58 runs. 20 runs required per over. You see Kaustubh Kelkar to bowl his 4th over. Kaustubh has bowled 3 overs for 28. And a wicket for him. The second batting power play ends. 154 for 5. 20 runs required every over from here on. The last 3 overs to go. Start with a short ball and nicely pulled by. That's bouncing over this. And it's a biggie. 6 from the bat of Partha towards deep mid wicket. Towards deep square leg. 160 up for 5. A short delivery from Kaustubh got the treatment, and it was held by Karthik to go beyond the boundary line. (16 ball, 52 runs. 160 for 5. Dancing down the wicket, Partha toward long on. A single for Partha. Karthik batting on 37, 13 runs short of his 50 in this tournament. First 50. Dancing down the wicket towards long on. And a single for Karthik. 8 runs of the first 4 balls. Still 2 balls to be bowled in this over. Good bowling from Kaustubh Kelkar. He has bowled 3.5 overs, 36 for 1. That's the end of 18th over. The score is 162 for 5. 12 balls, 50 runs required. 7 runs of the first 3 balls. Partha batting on 17, Karthik on 43. Karthik is 7 short of his 50. 43 runs required of 9 balls. That's trying to heave over the long on, and ball hitting the off stump, and that wicket for Farhan. New batsman in is Gufran Siddiqui. 169 for 6, 43 runs in 8 balls. $169 for 6. That's 2 runs. 2 runs for Gufran. 171 for 6. 7 balls, 41 runs required. After the end of 19, the score is 172 for 6. 6 ball, 50 runs. Alok Bhide to bowl the last over. Karthik, can he get his 7 runs? Can Karthik get his 7 runs of this last over? And that's 90 long off, and is a biggie. And that's 6. He is now on 49. 49 for Karthik Iyer of just 28 balls. 1 short of his 50. 5 ball, 34 runs. Can he hit 5 more sixes? 5 ball, 34 runs. Not able to connect as he wanted. No runs taken. 4 ball, 34 runs. Can he get to his 50 in style with a big 6 over the long on? Again, no runs taken. And now that was an overthrow. Are they running to? Yes, they ran to. And that's 50 for Karthik here. Men and 50 of this tournament for Karthik here. Of just 30 balls, 51. 3 balls, 32 runs required. Three balls, 32. The covers for Karthik, just a single. 2 balls, 31. Gufran will be on strike. (181 for 6). That's again in the gap for Gufran. Single. Last ball of this match. 1 ball, 30 runs required. Then nicely pulled towards. And that's the end of the match. Bombay Bulls won this match by 30 runs. And man of the match is Karthik Leather Cricket Juhu. That is his full name. Bombay Bulls won this game. And now the points table looks like Navi Mumbai Ninja on top, Kharghar Kings, and now Bombay Bulls. 6 matches, 3 win, 3 loss, 6 Supernova, 5 matches, 2 wins, 3 loss. Son of Pitches is yet to open the account. They've lost all the 6 games. Hello. That's the end of the second game of the day between Bombay Bulls and Team Supernova. And Bombay Bulls won this game by 29 runs, and now they are on the top 4 list, just behind Kharghar. They have won 3 games and lost 3 games, and they have 6 points. So I'll request the losing captain, Saurabh Singh, to come here for a few words before they get ready for the next game tomorrow in the afternoon. Hard luck. Almost tried to reach out to the target. You were just short of 29 runs, but your boys really, like, the whole batting lineup was exposed today, I think. In terms of getting the chance, the players also got those opportunity, and especially Karthik showed that kind of things which are required to get a score of 180, 190?
Yeah, so I think the good thing for us is that slowly and steadily all our batsmen are chipping in with the bat. They've been playing in different matches, and hopefully when we require them to perform and for the winning cause, we should probably get the result in our favor.
Yeah, but somehow I feel that your bowling is not clicking. Like 200 runs, like it's more of a frequent. Like at least 190 is the average if you pull on from all the 6 matches.
Yeah, I think it's been a little unsettling also because the players who got injured, they were our bowlers. So effectively we've been trying a new bowler every match, you can say, and that's probably not going very well for us. Even Rahul was one of the bowling options, but with his injury he can not probably contribute. Mohit is not there, he's just watching the matches. So yeah, it's a bit of a challenge, but hopefully we'll come back stronger.
Yeah, definitely. So still you have a game tomorrow to go. So hopefully Hanif Bhai is there.
So yeah. So let's see. I think tomorrow will be an important game to get the momentum back. We've lost 2 matches now. This is the 3rd one. So we need to win.
Still there are a few matches to go. So I think getting 1 or 2 win again in the belt would definitely boost up the confidence.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Thanks.
All right. Thank you.
May I request the winning captain Farhan Sheikh to join in for the few words. Congratulations, Farhan bhai.
Thank you.
6 games, 3 win and 3 loss. So it's like a good performance from your team. Like you started with the low and now you are just building up the confidence.
Yeah, I think this is the start we wanted after a very long time. Just like how we played the last game with Navi Mumbai Ninjas, we were almost there, but we couldn't convert it. So we were just trying to continue this, and I would like to congratulate our batting side. They played very well. As they wanted, they continued the last performance and they capitalized it. So we won against a very good side, but I think 212, but still they chased very nicely. And I think we still need to get some more depth in the bowling, I guess.
And definitely, if you see in terms of fielding was good, but they were playing nicely in terms of the cricketing shot selections were quite fabulous from Supernova. It was not just that you were having sloppy fielding. Apart from 1 or 2 drop catches, I think there was still a good fielding effort from your team.
Exactly, it happens. It's a windy side on the ground, so it happens that it's a misjudged catch or it happens to drop. It's okay on the fielding side. We are not professionals, but the way they are playing, the unit is playing, and the team is bonding again. So that's a good sign for us. We'll try and continue this form.
Yeah, and there is always a plus when you have 1 or 2 batsmen other than your main batsman chipping in, especially Kedar and Karthik. Now they are showing up the performances from the last few games, and you are not relying heavily on Ajay. So that is giving you more confidence boost.
Exactly, every day everyone is not gonna click. It's someday Ajay, it's someday Kedar. So it always has to be evenly poised performance from every batsman on the top 5 side. So this is what I have been telling my side, that the top 5 batsmen always have to perform. Even if they're getting 20 to 25 runs is okay, but it's always there that they have this responsibility of getting some quick runs and putting a team in a position, a commanding position, that the bowlers get to chase or defend some total.
Yeah, so 200 plus runs always give that liberty to the bowler to experiment with their they're a bit of relax in terms of that don't have pressure of keeping the score restricted to a certain target, but 200 plus definitely gives that kind of liberty to the bowlers.
But still, Supernova, the batting side that they have, so the first 4 overs like they played was fabulous. They almost took the game away from us, but it was us, the spinners, who once the power play was over, they just capitalized and we got some quick wickets. Although there were some drop catches, but it's okay. It's a part of the game.
Yeah. So good note to end the day for Bombay Bulls, and wish you more luck in the next game.
Thank you. It's a happy weekend for us finally.
Yeah. So have a nice weekend.
Thank you.
I will. Uttam sir. Uttam sir. Yeah. Trophy देना. Request to Uttam sir to hand over the trophy to our match winner. Man of the player is none other than Karthik Leather Juhu Cricket. So he has to update his Crick Heroes profile, otherwise that would be his name throughout this tournament. So Karthik has to update his profile name. So finally, Karthik, you got this award, and you were earlier known just to you just have that big hitting skills, just not scoring the big runs. So finally, you have shut down the what do you say, your negative feedback which were given in terms of your batting. Like you already scored more 30 runs, but you were not capitalizing on those starts.
So it really feels good, like when the team needs it and you need to perform well. And we're coming after a long gap, and it was really important this win, because as we know that in the last few matches we were very close, but we were not taking the game over the line for us. And it's really good that I'm converting my starts now. And in the previous few matches I've gained some form, so I hope to continue this and win some more matches for Bombay Bulls.
Definitely, and you have players like Kedar and Ajay who are giving you the kind of start, and you don't have pressure, you just go there and freely play your natural game.
Yeah, Kedar and Ajay, they are very amazing at the top, and that releases my pressure. So I just go there, play my shots, I just wait for few balls, just check the bounce and all, and then I start.
Any preparation for this particular innings, like when you were in the middle and you had Kedar on the opposite end? So any talks or discussion in between the overs?
So just Kedar mentioned it, just wait for the ball, because the pitch was a little slow. So that's what I did. And Kedar is a great batting partner to have. So he's constantly advising, and it's really fun to bat with him.
Yeah, definitely such kind of motivational thoughts or words in between the overs, it keeps on going any player. So that's good that you are now in the right zone, you are striking the ball and you are scoring big. 75 runs, not a joke on this wicket, but still you perform really well.
Thank you so much. It was really great.
So wish you more luck, and still you have 6 games to 7 or 8 games to go, and see you more runs coming from your bat. All the best.
Thank you so much.
So that's all from the presentation area. We'll wind up for the day.